wonderful things. Two, when a customer starts to stay, when they're loving the product, they're loving their experience, they're loving how they're treated, they start to refer other people. And soon other customers are coming into your business from these referrals. And that's an awesome feeling too. And that starts to grow the business. Those customers are also making you feel really good inside because they're telling people how much they're loving the product and their experience with you. And that feels awesome. Number three, and I love this part, is your customers can start to add more products as they start to learn more about Juice Plus and enjoying more of the experience. So if you think about it, if you had a customer come in and they ordered the red and the green, the berries and veggies, and then through a series of educational exposures, a great year of Juice Plus, before you know it, they're like, I'm going to try these plant-based nuggets. Add me the berries. I'm ready for that shake. I'm going to grow my own food. And before you know it, that one customer turned into about 6 orders. And then that one customer is going to turn around like, I need my husband on it too. And all of him sick, everything, and my kids. And they're in so-and-so and so-and-so. So there's one order. If you really do the right things that I'm going to show you this morning, can really turn into something really amazing. The last part that's really important, how growth really starts with the one customer at a time, is the customer come in after loving the product, getting on it, telling you about it, and they're like, you know what, I want to be a partner. I want to be part of this. I have people in my life that I care about, that I want to share about, and I want to join your team. Before you know it, you've created this incredible, thriving wellness community full of raving fan customers, full of happy partners, and everything just starts to take off from there. And as Terry Longo says, when your business starts to take off, put on your seatbelt because you're about to go for the ride of your life and have a really awesome time. So let's talk about how exactly do you make that happen? So how do you exactly start that one customer at a time, creating that personal experience? If you're a note taker, you can first write down these 2 words, education and appreciation. So I'll start with appreciation because that's pretty easy. Everybody can make a customer feel appreciated. And there's so much creativity around that. And if you're creative, go have fun with appreciation. I'll tell you some of my fun ways to do it and my favorite ways to make a customer feel good. But I promise you, if you make a customer feel good over and over and over again, they're going to stay. And that's going to go a long way for them. Some of my favorite ways is as soon as a customer orders, I send out a handwritten thank you note. It's so awesome that they receive that in the mail that I took time, they handwritten a thank you. In fact, they probably receive a few handwritten thank you notes from me a year because every time they come to an event with me, I'm writing a thank you note. If they went to an online event, I'm writing a thank you note. Anytime I see them, I can tell them, thank you for being my customer. It means so much to me. I might even do some fun pop-up gift cards throughout the year. It's summertime. Here's a $5, $10 gift card from the bookstore. Go get your summer book. Take your Juice Plus and go read on me. Just some fun, cute appreciation ideas. So that's appreciation. We'll go a little more into that, but just write down appreciation. The second way you create the personal, positive customer experience is through education. So we all know the more the customer's educated, the more they're going to stay. A consumer, the more you know about the product, the company, everything behind it, the more they're going to stay. So our job is to deliver a series of educational exposures throughout their journey with us, okay? And again, this can be super creative. You can really have fun with this side too, and I'm going to kind of break down how I do the education piece. So we're talking education and appreciation, and I'm going to go into what are the 4 ways that you can deliver education and appreciation to your customer. So I'll list the 4 ways again. I know some people are taking notes. And I'm going to give just a few examples of each of those ways. So the first thing you can write down, the first way you deliver education appreciation is through 30-day text check-ins. So just write that down, I'll come back to it. The second way you deliver these 2 things is through an online customer event. The third way is through a live customer event. And the fourth way is through a customer Facebook group. So these are the 4 areas that I work on my business every single month. So let's go to the text check-ins. How do we deliver education and appreciation through a text check-in? So at the beginning of the month, super simple, print out my genealogy report. I'm still like a pen paper kind of person. You can create your own sheets, spreadsheets, whatever else you want to do. I like doing those too. But I like to print out that report. And by the end of the month, I have checked off that I've done a text check-in with every single one of my customers. By the end of the year, my customers received 12 text check-ins from me, okay? Now, what's in my text? Well, it's a combination of education and appreciation. Maybe one month, I'm going to focus on the farm to capsule process, which I think is so cool. We know about that process, but does our customer? It's going to be done through a text check. It might just go something like this. Hi, Sue, I'm so happy. I'm just doing my 30-day text check-in. Thank you again for being my customer. I hope you're taking your Juice Plus every day. I love our farm to capsule process, and I just want to share it with you. Enjoy it. And I'll send a little video about the farm to capsule process, maybe a little image. Isn't this cool? Our company does that. Maybe that's be 1 month. The next month, I'm going to focus on our research. Hey, Sue, I hope you're still taking Juice Plus. I hope you're loving it. I'll do my August check-in. I wanted to focus this month on our research. Did you know we had 40 studies? Here's one of them I thought would really benefit you, especially if you know, sometimes you know why your customer's chosen to take in it. If you can personalize that part of the text, that's why I don't do large text to people. I personalize each one. If you can personalize that part, it's going to go a long way. So I know if I had a customer who is concerned about cardio health, or I'm trying to think of an example, maybe I'll specifically send them, I know you told me before this is why you started Juice Plus. I thought you'd like this part of the research. Maybe they're my smoothie customer. Hey, I know you're my chocolate smoothie girl. Here's a great chocolate recipe. And here's a great 6-minute video on the ingredients inside of our shakes. Enjoy. So if you think about it, by the end of the year, our customers received 12 little bits of information about why we love our product and all the amazing things behind it. How cool, that's amazing to me. Number 2 is online customer events. Super simple, super creative. You want to be having one of these once a month so that your customers can choose one to come on to. My goal is to get my customers to do 1 to 2 online events a month. They're not going to get on monthly, but if they could do 1 to 2 a year, then I know I'm doing good with that. So 2 quick examples of an online customer event could be something getting them on the J.P. TV that the company does. Super simple, like Dr. Vitra Ray just did one. Every month we have a couple wellness professionals do it. My advice is not just sit back and pray they get on and just sit there. What I do is you write out a list, you invite. When I finally get my one that wants to get on, I get on Zoom, we get on Zoom together, and I pull it in that way, and then we watch it together. And then success. I got one of my customers on an online event. So number 2, because again, we're personalizing our experience. Number 2, the other kind of online event that I really like is our stories and solutions that my team does. And we learned this from Jennifer a couple conferences ago. But once a month, we have 3 people tell their stories. It's a 30-minute online call, and we show a couple of the newest videos. I always try to get a customer to watch one of those. Sometimes I have no one on, sometimes I have somebody on, but I'm working toward, a customer to watch that. If a customer watches that, they're going to leave hearing stories, watching the newest videos, and probably going to take Juice Plus for another 6 months, right? So those are just 2 examples. So make sure you're having those once a month, and that your goal is to have a customer get on 1 to 2 online events a year. The third way to deliver education and appreciation for our customers is through our live events. And we're just going to talk like it's a normal life right now. And I'm going to talk about what live events look like. But my 2 probably favorite live events for customers are salad in a jar. You come, you make salads together. What I tell everybody is that whether it's customer or prospects are there, even if it's 5 of my customers and none of my prospects showed up, but I have 5 customers making salads, we still sit down, we watch a video together. I go over the product line again, go over the features, everything, just so they hear it again and again and again. And again, they're going to leave the salads. Maybe they ordered the Omega that morning because they're like, oh, I'm not on the Omega. That sounds good to me. They heard it differently that day. They saw a video that caught their eye. And then they've gotten educational exposure and they got appreciation all in that one little event, right? The second one is that I love is obviously a live presentation from a wellness professional that comes to our area. Dr. Gianroberto, you just heard, imagine your customer sitting there hearing her live. Doesn't get any better than that. I always make sure I have customers at those events. I get tables ready for them, sit with them. I give them thank you notes when they leave. I send them a little gift that they even came, took time out for that. So they're going to leave that event. How much longer do you think they're going to stay a customer? A lot longer, right? The last way that you deliver education and appreciation to your customers is through the customer Facebook group. I won't get into that, but make sure you have one. And inside that group, just make sure there's a lot of education about our product going on and a lot of appreciation. So we have like Fun Fact Fridays, and every Friday we're giving fun facts about the product, showing appreciation, and that way there's another place for the customer to be on in order for them to learn about Juice Plus. So just to wrap up, if you think about it, if you follow these 4 ways that I do, delivering appreciation and education, your customer will have 12 texts a year from you about something incredible about our company or our products. They will hopefully go on to 1 online or 2 online events a year. Maybe they've gone to 1 live event a year, and they've been actively on Facebook every day or a couple times a week. Don't you think that customer is going to stay with you and this incredible wellness community is going to be built? So I'm going to wrap up with, when you create a positive, personalized customer experience, you start to create a thriving wellness community where each customer wants to be a part of. They want to find a home in wellness where they can thrive and stay and invite others to join. And that's when your business gets really good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Renee. Wow. Oh my gosh. You guys, I hope you're taking notes on this. I'm going to move right to our next speaker. You were amazing, Renee. We are just rocking and rolling, you guys. We are going to wrap this up at the end, but I'm going to move right over into Dr. Rachel Smart. Thank you again, Renee. Rachel, let me ask you to unmute. Sorry, I'm doing it all. There we go. There we go. We got it. All right, Rachel, it's all you, babe.
Okay, good. Well, hello, everybody. And I've been in this business for 20 years, and I'm still running as fast as I can. And I hope you are too. It's been wonderful. Thanks, Renee. But there is no better way to build community and attract teams than through live events. And live events, they're important no matter what kind you do. Like what you do, love what you do. You mix it up, you shake it up, and liven it up. And I think there are many endless ways to do live events. There's incredible possibilities and creativity, as we already have seen today. But I'm going to share 2 basic type events, healthy living events. And I'm going to spotlight my very, very favorite version for the maximum growth and fun and impact you can do, or to modify it as well. So the most important thing, like I said, is to do what you love, and you will love what you do, and it will show. The first type of event is called the healthy living events. So if you're new, some of you are new, brand new, so welcome. But they're healthy living events, and there are different names that people use, but typically they're like a 2-hour event. And Renee just mentioned the salad in the jar. That's one time, usually from 11 a.m. to 1 or 6 to 8 or somewhere in between. And they're called like healthy living events, vitality events, where they focus on nutrition, of course, Juice Plus. It can focus on a Shred 10 program or spotlight something within the Tower Garden 101, but you design it and chart around what you love. And then often these are done in the homes or coffee shops using booklet presentations of visuals, videos, and we share, of course, those amazing stories. And then the research. The second type is what I'm going to focus on today, is an open house type. Open house, I call it vitality or healthy living event. It's a longer version. It's about 2 hours. It's longer than a 2-hour version. I call it a mod talk because it's all day, a full day or a half a day. And this is where events are all sandwiched together through the day, and we leave nobody out. And we leave nobody off the hook. So everybody has a whole day to come to different things they're sandwiched in. And I have run these events, these vitality open house events, successfully for over 20 years. It is my favorite. It's my favorite style, where I grow teams, we build community, and we attract the teams. It's so rewarding. And we also build, like Renee, you mentioned the customers. They get to come in this wonderful day. And so I don't know if you knew this, it takes the same amount of time to prepare for a 2-hour event and then a day-long event. So I thought, once you get the ball rolling, where are you going to stop? And I used to work at Lerner's clothing store in college, and I realized people work 9 to 5, And if I could work one day and do all these different montages of events and get massive results, then why not do it? So I'm going to share the structure of the open house style events and the time that works best for me, and provide ideas for all of you to put these together with your team locally and even virtually as well. And so, as we know, if I'm thinking about all of you watching, there's different stages and seasons of our life, and they're going to vary. We have children, different event preferences. The key is to build the event, is to commit to building your business, and you're going to find a way. When I started, I had 4 little children. I had a 1-year-old and then 10-year-old and 2 in between. And I started my business at the time that my husband had terminal cancer. And so it was a lot of stress, but I promise you, if you use your struggles to drive your passion, you will get results. So I'm going to share 4 components of these live events. And usually we start our live events at 11 o'clock in the morning. And we start with a pre-event, where it's a meet and greet, and I don't know who doesn't like fun, food, and friendship, and a winning prize. So we're building these events to build curiosity at the pre-event, to be able to find value, to help our customers, our prospects, our teams. And in that pre-event, we do a food demo. We could make a little acai bowls, mocktails, a vegan dessert. And I'm a Greek, so I've made some vegan Greek appetizers before. So do what's fun. But a food demo, we do a drawing, and we do a smoothie sampling. And then in that drawing, we also do, like, the teams pitch in to do a massage at times. We can do a fruit basket. We can do a recipe booklet that's printed off from the Freedom Revolution. You can put a spiral bound to it. A gift card could be for girls or guys. And then we do a smoothie sampling, of course, in any type you want. Mint, cherry, chocolate, peanut butter, protein bites, some of those 3 main things with the pre-event. And then it leads into the second part of the open house, is a lunch and learn. So it's a healthy living vitality event that we talked about prior, at the very beginning when I mentioned that type of an event, and we learn something. We gather up, and I usually make a soup, and then you just kind of going right into the other room that I have, and then we do an amazing event that spins all these things together, which is a lunch and learn. And then what happens after the event, then we have an open house extended hours throughout the day, where people can drop in. And I usually do it, all day, but from 1 to 6, and I have displays of all the products and the programs centered around a table. And I have information on business. We have the tower gardens on display, smoothie samples, and of course the things I mentioned at the beginning with the the drawing and different samplings. And so as different people come in at different times, they can watch the videos based on their need. So, whether it's an upsell, we talked about customers serving them well, they come in, the omegas they may not have known about, the business tuck in, they may not have known about the business or wanted more information, something to strengthen their beliefs, the next step. And so I have I hand laptops to people to watch if they're not all coming together. We watch things in my other room on a TV. So it's just all day long. People come at different times, and it's so rewarding, so much fun. And I have a couple of team members that come in to support that. And we take turns to greet, and things are happening different times. But that happens during the day, and it's so rewarding. And then at 7 o'clock, we have an evening wellness or business event, and it's a grand finale. It's so much fun. The people, many times that come during the day, they get everybody coming back for the next event that night. They want that reset shredders, going into the shred event, or want to get into that drawing, or to taste my delicious soup. And our teams, we all pitch in for things as we work together. So I hope that you wrote down some of the ideas that you can implement, and then to use your imagination. We talked about that last time with Channy. Imagine the best when you invite people come to your home, that orders are going to be placed, that your hearts are going to be touched. It's going to be so much fun. And I will share 6 steps to create. At the very end, I'm going to just kind of narrow it down to 6 steps for you to create the best successful open house styles. Is you got to schedule in your calendar. You find what works for you. But I find Tuesdays or Thursdays work best, and Saturdays can be an option too if that works better for your schedule. You switch it up a bit. The second is to decide on a location, and I've done these at homes, spa locations, community centers, or anywhere that you could have a time from 4 to 7 hours, to work on display. And then make a guest list. Of course, we have our prospects, our customers, our teams, and then we continue to duplicate that as well. And then get the verbiage. The fourth thing is flyer and verbiage. And what I do often is a little tip, just I make a little 2-minute video with a recording that can go out to those that are inviting to know what to expect. So I think expectations are really important. What they're going to get for the pre-event, or get to view the drawing, and just their welcome. And it helps a new person be able to come to that event if you're new and not sure how to best invite. I often do a 2-minute little video or 1 minute just to get them to put that into the little text so they can know they're invited in a proper way or excited that they were expecting them. And then set up the desired time frame and delegate duties. And if you have children, they can watch a video in another room or color. And lastly is to have the structure tailored to your guests. There's a lot of wiggle room. You make it work, and we modify things in the journey. And what I've done, because we're time sensitive today to make sure we get everything in, but I wanted to let you know I gave a gift for all of you today watching. Many people asked about my live events. I shared a recording that's going to come out into the Facebook group. It's a little bit more of clarity of what I just shared today. And then I'm going to answer all the questions that you may have, like how do I manage incoming flow of people all day long? How do I set up the table? What do I do if there's slow traffic? And then how would the teams that are new, how can I help help them if they're new in the area? So I'm going to share one quick story, and then I'm going to have my teams come in a minute to share you one little charging worth action for all of you. But one of the things I invited with my last live event, open house style, was with Tamika Johnson. She's a massage therapist, and she was a business prospect. And so what I did is I invited her to come set up a display in part of the open house. Okay, so I prepped her well. I said, you're an amazing Great Big Fan customer, and I would love to have you be part of our giveaway, our massage. Set her up in a little corner, and in that day, she invited a couple of her clients, and there was about 4 orders in the morning. She became a partner that day. We started Partner Plus, and she called others to be able to join in. And every month, we're doing a shred event in her massage therapy. So that was the result. And many of our open house, we have at least probably 5+ partners that sign up, and many distributors. So I wanted just to tell you, I have my team on here, and I wanted to give you a little shout out of encouragement today before we go.
I love it. I love it. So inspiring. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, team. I'm telling you, people are putting in the comments. We're taking notes. We're taking notes. So many great ideas and nuggets. Thank you, Rachel. Love you, girl. All right, we're moving right over to Sloan Ferguson out of Florida. Let me get you up there, girl. Hang on. There we go. Sloan, the stage is all yours, my friend.
So we only have 3.
Awesome. Okay. Well, hello, Juice Plus world. My name is Sloan Ferguson, and I have been with the Juice Plus company for about 5 years now, and I'm a senior sales coordinator, and I am just honored to have the opportunity to talk with you today alongside of this incredible lineup of healthy living warriors. The Pajama Regional was one of my first big events early on in my business. So if this is your first community experience, I just want to stop and applaud you because you are extremely brave. And I want to say welcome to the Juice Plus family. So I am a recovering introvert, and that is where my story begins. My sweet friend invited me as her Juice Plus customer over several years to different events in our area, but it was very outside of my comfort zone to go and be around people that I didn't know. And one day she invited me to a wine and wellness event. I finally said yes, I like wine. And I thought that after attending this, that she would leave me alone. What I did not anticipate was falling in love with a culture and community of incredible people. Hearing stories of hope, seeing ordinary women doing extraordinary things and making incredible impact. I got in my car that evening and I just cried. They didn't know my heart's desires, the things that I was struggling with, the connection that I was craving. I was already in love with the products, but now I was in love with the people, the vibe. They had what I wanted, and they were a part of a company with the vehicles to get there. So shortly after that, my husband and I moved back to my hometown of Fort Myers, Florida. I was very excited. I had huge goals and I was ready to hit the ground running. And then I realized that my area was not like where I had just come from in Virginia, with events weekly and lots of upline and sideline support. And in that moment, I just sat at my desk and I thought about my why. I wrote it down and I became deeply connected to it. I drew a line in the sand and I said, people need to experience what I felt in Virginia. I have to create it here.
Yeah.
Our president and founder, Jay Martin, always says, find a buddy. So that is where I was going to begin. I got onto the Juice Plus Florida Events Facebook page and I made a post that said, looking for sidelines in the Southwest Florida area to work together and infect our community with the Juice Plus fever. I have created a Voxer chat and I would love to connect with you. I had some people reach out to me. We got together and we planned our first wine and wellness event. So my prayer is that you hear my heart behind the mindset and the importance of saying yes to getting outside of your comfort zone and doing this. This is a get-to business, not a have-to business. We are not just selling someone produce in a capsule. We are helping moms have purpose outside of motherhood. We are helping people feel a part of something. We are believing in people before they ever believe in themselves. We are giving people opportunity for personal growth to become better moms and dads, better wives and husbands, better friends, and we are empowering people to take the first step in their health journey when they have no idea where to start. So whether you have been in this business for years or whether you're brand new, just close your eyes and think about an event that you have been to where you really felt something, where you got so fired up to go home and make a difference. Maybe you haven't had that experience yet, but I'm pretty confident if you stay plugged into this community, it's coming. You will. One thing that has really stood out to me in our business opportunity is how we are truly one team, one mission. I work very closely with my competitors, my sideline buddies. We all have unique gifts and talents and different beautiful stories to be shared. It does not matter if you benefit financially from one another. Our local passion project is building community where everyone feels welcome and at home, where they want to bring their friends and see what the excitement is all about, where we empower one simple change at a time and we get to have a lot of fun doing it together. So with that being said, I live in Florida, so we have a little bit more things that are open amongst the circumstances in our world right now, but wherever you are in the world, I would challenge you to get creative as your area starts to get back to better. And we're here to inspire each other. So I want to give you some ideas as you grab your buddy and you start to plan. We have a minimum of 2 events per month here locally. And we live in a large county. So we do one event on one end of town and another on the other side of town. So here are some ideas for you. Wine and wellness. Women's empowerment event. Women on a mission need no permission. Salad in a jar party. Overnight oats. Health and wellness presentations. Weekly coffee and conversation. Healthy treats. Healthy happy hour. Taste of the shred potluck. Poolside potluck. Yoga in the park. A healthy hike. And there are even virtual opportunities to meet new people and create community. Platforms like LinkedIn, Meetup, and even the Peanut app where you can swipe to meet mom friends in the same season as you. So pick something that complements you and put a healthy spin on it. I worked with my sidelines who were just as excited as I was. We picked a few themes and we jumped into our incredible simple system provided on the Freedom Revolution. This is important because we desire to create the community. So now we need to get people there. So first you have to make your list. Who do you want at your event? Who is on your heart? Reach out to your list. There are beautiful samples of invite verbiage and videos on the Freedom Revolution to guide you. And then follow up like a beast until the very last minute. and be so confident in how incredible your community is and what you have to offer that people question themselves before they question you. Make people feel special and included. I thought of you because we are going to have a great time. I would love to see you and reconnect. Perform your event, add value to those guests in the room. We love to empower, share stories, share a video, open up for more conversation. Tell people to put their credit cards away. We're here to inspire them. Finally, just as important as the steps I just shared would be the follow-up after the event, both for the attendees and the ones who missed it, as an opportunity for a second exposure and to invite them to your next event that's on the calendar. So for the attendees, while it's fresh, and I'd like to send a voice message and say, wow, I woke up so excited today after our fun event yesterday. I would love to know how you felt leaving. And does Juice Plus make sense to you? For the ones who missed out, post all of those photos to your social media channels, really displaying the fun, and reach out and say, hey, Sue, I so missed you yesterday at our event. I would love the opportunity to share with you a little about what we talked about. Are you free this week and open to chatting on the phone? Very special things happen at events where our community is together and people feel what we're all about. Back in February, during the pandemic, we were able to fill a room of 50 women for our local women's empowerment event. So much fun was had. We shared stories, impacts, information. Women came dressed up and wanting to take off all their hats and just be and be lifted up. We had new customer orders, new team, re-engaged team, and we made people feel a part of something after being in isolation for so long. Friends, I was not a natural overcomer. I was not gifted in this arena. I was an introvert who got deeply rooted to her why. I put on my no excuses badge. I climbed mountains of personal growth, moved to an area without support, navigated my business through a stressful full-time job, pregnancy, transitioning through the birth of my daughter, recovering, and learning how to be a new mom. I said yes to overcoming those things because I was tired of being a slave to someone else's time clock. I was tired of feeling chained to a job that didn't serve me, my values, or my future. I knew if I stayed in line, stayed plugged in, was consistent and coachable, that I too could have a success story one day. And serving others has enabled my family to say yes to being a stay-at-home mom out of full confidence and not fear. And it's giving us the options to say yes to so many more things that we are just getting started. Experiencing community at a simple wine and wellness event unlocked that vision and desire in me. So why not you too? What do you want to say yes to more often? This mission is important. People need to experience our culture. You are a gift to this community and it needs your light. Someone at your next community event could have their vision unlocked too. So I hope that you feel encouraged and excited to go out there, rally the troops, lock arms with some friends, and go have some fun creating community. Thank you so much. It's been a blessing to have this time with you today.
Oh my goodness, so heartfelt. Everybody's going, oh. I know after I met with you, Sloan, I was like, I gotta go do some community events, and literally met with leaders right here. So thank you so much, my love. Let me just do a little technology here. I'm gonna pull me up. Thank you, Sloan. Enjoy your day with all of your sideline buddies. Love you, girl. All right, you guys. So now we're gonna go to our next inspiring story, and it just so happens to be my husband. So I'm gonna slide over and let him hop in. Hang on.
Yeah, how's everybody doing? So for those of you that don't know, my name is John Shaw, and back in 1993, I became a Juice Plus customer. And back then I was obviously young, but I was looking for more energy and I just wanted to feel better in general. And pretty much anything I ate back then, believe it or not, came from a bag, box, can, or the drive-thru. And at the time I was living in Toronto. I'm a Canadian, and I was working on Bay Street, which would be Canada's version of Wall Street, and as a financial advisor / stockbroker. And when I first got into that business, it was very exciting, and as long as the markets were stable or moving in the right direction, for the most part, it was pretty fun and a fast-paced career. But my days consisted mostly of being in front of a computer screen. And when the markets weren't doing so well, I kind of felt like an adult babysitter, and that didn't really resonate with me. So, I wasn't happy being stuck in an office all day. I guess that's probably the best way to put it. I wanted my freedom back. And after 10 years of being a satisfied customer, I made the decision to become a partner with the company and build the business. And it was going to be a plan B for me. And it all kind of came together. It was New Year's Eve of 2002, heading into 2003, and I decided that it was time. I called my sponsor, and we went to work. And, I had to be smart and kind of a little tactful, because as a licensed financial advisor, they wouldn't have been too happy that I was doing something else on the side. It was actually a conflict of interest, but whatever. So I started by making a bunch of phone calls to people. We had booths at some different health-related trade shows. We did a bunch of live events like you've heard of today. Any excuse to be in front of people, share my story, and grow my business. And many things have changed in how we do the business over the years. Back then, we didn't have social media or anything like that. But the one thing that remains the same is relationships. And I think you've heard that over and over, and you're going to hear more of it. Building trust and developing relationships with new partners and existing partners, and staying close with my sponsor and mentors in this business will always be an integral part of what we do. And I followed the tried and proven system, and with consistency and hard work, our team achieved National Marketing Director 39 months later, which meant I had now earned the corporate benefits package, and was on my way to time freedom, which I was seeking. And people ask me all the time, what clicked in me to make that change from financial advisor to entrepreneur? And well, I had to ask myself 3 questions back then. And the first one was I truly happy? The second one was I living the life I wanted? And the third was, did my career match my heart? And fortunately, the answer was the same to all 3 of them, no. So I knew that for me to have the freedom I always wanted, I had to do something different. And I wanted to help others in an impactful way, and I wanted to change lives, and Inspiring Healthy Living did that. Helping people become more than they believe they can be, and build an income that gives them the life they hope for, maybe even dreamed about, a life of choice even. That's what I get to do every day, and I'm grateful to wake up knowing that I offer solutions for people. I cannot imagine doing anything else. And I now live in North Carolina with my wife, who I met through the business, and I have 5 great stepkids now, and I'm living a life that I didn't know existed 24 years ago. So the bottom line is that all the money in the world won't bring you back your health, and that inspires me to keep sharing every day. So thank you for your time.
And then this one right here. Hi, I married a great guy. It's really pretty cool, y'all. All right. Thank you, baby. I love you. All right, here we go. We're going to move right into our next section. We're going to keep moving. I hope y'all are inspired by that. If you know a guy in your life, let them know they're amazing men in this business. Okay, so we're going to move into social media. Like it or not, social media is here to stay. And it's an amazing tool when used properly to attract people that you might not have ever thought about. So these 3 brilliant ladies coming up are going to share some top tips for sharing in 3 different social media platforms. So give me 1 second, and I'm going to pull up our very first speaker, which is going to be Emily Otten. Hang on 1 second. Emily, I got you, girl. I got you. All right. I'm going to add you spotlight. There she is. I'm asking you to unmute, and it's all you, my friend.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to be here. Thanks so much, Courtney. Okay, I have to say, I think it's so awesome that you married John, because small world, my husband grew up playing hockey and played with John's nephew, Brady. So I just love that this community, couldn't be any smaller. I love it. So hi, everyone. My name is Emily Otten, and I am here, like Courtney said, to share all about social media and stories specifically. So I said yes to this business almost 8 years ago. And I have always loved using social media as a way to build my business through creating content, cultivating relationships, and really attracting new customers and partners, which is what we're talking about today, attraction, right? So I'm going to cover some do's and don'ts, ways you can use your stories to add value, build your business, and hopefully leave you in a place of feeling empowered and capable to start using the story feature today if you haven't already. So I invite you to take some notes, but keep in mind, I'll actually be posting some of my top takeaways into the Pajama Regional Facebook group after I'm done speaking, so keep an eye out there. So before we dive in, I want you to take a moment and think of someone who you love to follow on social media. Why do you love following them? What do they teach you? What do they leave you with? You see, you have to remember why people are following you. Why do they continue to follow you? What are you teaching them? What are you leaving your followers with? So stories are unique because they disappear after 24 hours of posting them unless you decide to save it to a highlight, which I'll get to. I always joke around because my mom and I get to do this business together, and she's always like, okay, wait, it's gone? And I'm like, yeah, it's been 24 hours. But if you love specific stories, there are ways to kind of keep them around. So if a story is up for 24 hours, and you want to really take advantage of interacting and engaging with your audience as much as possible, we're going to talk about that. So before we jump into practical ways to use your story, I want you to take a moment. Together, we're going to do some mind mapping. We're just going to take a few minutes. I want you to think about what is it that you're wanting to share on your social media? Who is your audience? And what type of value do you want to bring them? So someone called this a niche. Today, I will refer to them as your passion pillars. So as we talk about social media throughout this segment today, you can kind of refer back to your passion pillars. So even though we're all in the same business, each one of our passion pillars will look a little bit different. So really quick, grab a pen if you have your pen and paper. I just want you to take like a moment of silence and take a minute to write down your core values. What do you enjoy sharing on your social media? Maybe just start with 5 action points. Don't overthink it, just start writing. So I'm going to give you guys just a minute, okay?
Well, do you have an extra sweater or something I could wear? Or wrap or a shawl or something? Did I find it? Yeah.
Okay, so hopefully you're starting to maybe jot down really what gets you excited. This is just your starting point. These passion pillars may change from time to time, but this is what you will start to share about. So you can take some time later today, hopefully this evening, and maybe get more clear on each pillar and get specific. But if you're new to sharing, you'll actually start to find ways to naturally weave your pillars in and out of one another. It's not just about one. It's really, you can kind of almost think of it as your mission statement. Like, what's your mission? Why are you on social media? What are you sharing? But the key is to start somewhere, right? So hopefully you've jotted down just a few things that come to mind. And I want you to remember that you do not have to be perfect to share on social media. I have to remind you guys that we do not have to be perfect to share on social media. It's actually more relatable to show up messy and authentic. I know it feels weird, but when you show up messy and authentic, people can relate to that, right? So I want to highlight 3 things. Number 1, the more video content you use, the better. Show your face. People want to watch and follow along. Before you post, maybe ask yourself, is this engaging, or are people just going to click through this? I know we've all been on Instagram or Facebook stories and clicked through because it wasn't engaging. So ask yourself that. Number 2 is stay consistent. Showing up on your stories every day, even in simple and small ways, you start to develop a habit with yourself and your followers. So if you show up, they will start to show up. And number 3 is seek to serve, not just to sell. When it comes to Instagram stories, always make sure you are prioritizing connections. This business, we are master at connecting, right? This is where you take your followers behind the scenes and give them an inside look into your life, your work, in your offer. So stories will not necessarily help you grow your account. There are ways you can grow your account with using certain hashtags and locations, but more so specifically, stories really help you nurture your existing followers. So whether you're new at social media or you've been at it for a while, I just want to remind you really quickly to always create before you consume. You can easily find yourself getting into comparison mode. I don't know about you guys, but if you choose to swipe through someone else's stories before creating your own, you can get distracted. You can get into that comparison mindset. And it's a distraction that you maybe don't want to have first thing in the day, right? So the easiest way to avoid this is to create valuable content from your passion pillars and post something each day before you dive into consuming any other content. So I'm going to give a few do's and don'ts, and I'll post them in the group. But one of my first do's is to create before you consume. So the question is, how do we create? What do we create? 2 free apps, and there's lots of apps that are out there. You can simply just Google search apps for Instagram stories, but 2 free apps that I use most often. They're free and they're fun and they're semi-easy. There's templates available and you can just tap and put what you want into them. Number 1 is Canva with a C, C-A-N-V-A. And number 2 is Unfold. I happen to use these 2 free apps the most. With a marketing and advertising background, you guys, I do have a fancy Adobe Illustrator and I have like the whole Adobe account that I pay a lot of money for each year. But I find myself using these free apps more than I use that fancy software. So that goes to show you, and I have the free versions. I don't pay for them. So Canva and Unfold are my favorite. But I'm going to break down 6 ways that you can use stories to build a connection with your followers. So don't worry, I made some shareables for these 6 ways. So if you can't write as fast as I talk, it's totally fine. So number 1 is teach. This is where we can add value by teaching our followers how we prepare healthy meals on the go, maybe sharing a useful technique that we use in the kitchen, or maybe even in the work life. Something that people would find valuable that they could go take and do themselves. So number 1 was teach. Number 2 is inspire. You can inspire through sharing a healthy lesson you've learned, telling a story about what happened when you stayed persistent and never gave up, just like Shani talked about last night. There are so many ways you can inspire, but really what I want you to remember is that you can simply share stories on your story to inspire, right? Number 3 is to share. Share what's on your mind. This is where we get to show our heart and open up. Maybe this means sharing a customer's experience with their capsules, sharing why you recently said yes to this partnership. Share about an upcoming shred group you're participating in. Maybe sharing what you've learned about gut health and what foods you try to eat to improve your gut. Or you could even get vulnerable and share about a struggle you've recently had. Number 4 is show. Show your followers, take your followers behind the scenes with you. Like I said, use video as much as possible. Show them what you're working on. Show them how to do something. Show them the results of a project you finished. This makes your followers feel like they're right there with you and watching it all. And like Jamie said earlier, show the benefits versus only just the features. Show what the capsules do, not just what they are, and take it into your personal followers. Make it relatable to them. Number 5 is ask. This is where we get to, kind of take advantage of all of the story features. You maybe have noticed that on Instagram and Facebook stories, there's features like asking questions through a poll, asking using the question box. You could either ask your followers a question where they can answer in the question box, or they can ask you something. So don't assume that you know what your followers want. Ask them from time to time what they want to see. Get creative and make them feel seen. And number 6 is celebrate. Shout out your wins. You guys, now more than ever, bring some light into your stories. People need to see positivity and fun. Shout out someone in your community. Maybe a new partner that decided to join you, or a family that decided to jump into the Healthy Starts for Families program. So many things to celebrate, but recognize your people. It makes them feel special, and it allows your followers to kind of get a glimpse into what we celebrate and how we do life and business. So just like business, we all start somewhere. I'm timing myself to make sure I don't go over. Just like business, we all start somewhere, and you don't have to be a social media expert to start showing up. Actually, Shani did a beautiful job last night teaching us that consistency runs laps around town every day of the week. So you must take action daily. So don't wait to have all of your ducks in a row. Ready is a lie. Just start today. Start where you are with what you have. Reevaluate and get better as you go. It's just like this business. Some of you probably remember the first time you shared your story in front of a group of people. You may have been shaking, so nervous. You maybe just forgot what you said. And yet today you can share it so smoothly without much thought, right? Why is that? It's because you got better each time you did it. So the same goes for your social media. Start messy and start today. So before we wrap up, I want to give you 2 fun features that I've recently implemented. Earlier, I mentioned the highlight feature. These show up on your main Instagram profile. Facebook's a little bit different, but you can simply create highlights and then go and add any past stories to them. So this kind of is a permanent place. You can always remove, of course, but this may be a good place to highlight your passion pillars so that when new followers come across your profile, they can quickly and easily see what you're all about and what you share. You can simply Google how to use the highlight feature if you need more guidance on how to set it up. And the other one is kind of the VIP. I recently learned this via Instagram, and it's how can we capitalize on our current customers and partners that are following us. There is a close friends option on Instagram story and possibly Facebook as well. And this feature allows you to customize a list of followers that will be allowed to view your special close friends story. So this is a great way that you can capitalize to use to add extra VIP value and education to your customers and partners. So before adding something to your Instagram story, look for a green star that is labeled close friends, and there you can add or remove anyone you want from this custom list. And you can always do a quick Google search on how to find this feature, but I've recently kind of tapped into that to give more, kind of get in front of my partners and customers on my Instagram story more often and give them like VIP value there. So my encouragement to you is that you find joy in sharing value with your customers. I pray that you find the confidence to start where you are. And if you make a commitment to show up authentically, your heart cannot steer you wrong. And remember that social media is simply just a virtual storybook of who we are and what we do. So feel free to follow me on Facebook. You can just click the follow button. I'm also on Instagram, Emily Ann Otten. And thank you so much for allowing me to share today on Pajama Regional. Have an amazing day, you guys.
Awesome. You are so good. Listen, my daughter knows I watch her with the VIP. Like she's got her close friends that she does that. So if you don't understand any of that, go ask your teenager, right? So we are moving right into our next speaker, and that is Mary. Mary is going to inspire us. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Emily. And all you, girl, Mary. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Courtney. You stole my closing line. I was gonna say, if you can't do a reel, ask your teenager. Boom, close the book, end of presentation. All right, no, it's all good. I'm super excited. Woo! This is very thrilling. And when Tammy and Heather asked me to train on the reel feature in Instagram, I was like, me? And they're like, you are the queen, the reel queen. And I thought, okay, well, here I go. So almost 16 years ago, my college bestie shared the Juice Plus solutions with me, and right away I saw value and a need for them. So I got part of the product, and then this pretty much the same time she asked me to join her team, and I said yes, and I got started. And I had zero sales skill set, but what I lacked in skill set, I made up for with a very teachable spirit and an ever-changing why. And at first I thought a discount for our products would be super cool. And when I immersed myself into the community through education, I quickly realized that this business is for me. Share solutions, connect people, and love on them. I'm in, all in. I'm still learning every day how to be the best mentor and entrepreneur and business builder from the incredible mentors that I have through the greater Juice Plus community that now I get to call my friends, and in some cases, family. So today's theme of the Pajama Regional is attraction. So let's jump into reels. A reel is a short video anywhere from 15 to 30 seconds long. And it lives in a separate tab on your Instagram app that you have to make sure is up to date. So if everybody wants to grab their phone really quickly, pull up Instagram. I'm going to show you how to do this. And it is on the bottom, you'll see the little home picture. Then you see the magnifying glass, and then you see the next button, and that with like the, kind of looks like one of those things that you use for, okay, take one, take two. That's the reels. So if you press on that, a whole bunch of reels are gonna show up that people have posted to Instagram. So that's where it lives. So let's jump in. Instagram has 4 main ways to use their platform. The first one is the gallery, and that's your personal pictures that you're posting. The second is IGTV. The third is stories, and Emily did an awesome job explaining that. And the fourth is reels. And reels came about pretty recently because they're trying to compete with TikTok. When TikTok took off during quarantine time, Instagram wants to have their piece in that market as well. So they are really pushing their users to focus on reels and stories. So why do we want to do reels? Number one is because they are fun. They are so much fun. I'm laughing every time when I'm doing my outtakes of reels. If you are not having fun in this business, then I don't know what to tell you. Find another gig. But this, our business is fun, and reels are going to be so much fun. Number two, you're going to increase your following and engagement using reels. So my Instagram account is public, so I don't have to, people can just follow me right away. And in 30 days, I've started tracking my followers, and in 30 days, I jumped to 70 followers just by using reels. Now, I don't have a huge Instagram following. It's a couple of thousand, but I thought that was really cool. As I'm getting started using reels and really getting consistent with using Instagram, how much my followers jumped up. So you want to make your Instagram page public. And people are scrolling through reels just for pure entertainment. It's the statistics of users using Instagram are going straight to reels and not even looking at the regular news feed. So, and then thirdly, Instagram will push my content on reels more so than they will on that regular gallery post. Because again, they want their users to use the reel function. And your reel will show public. So therefore you're reaching, when you have your account, which I talked about, open to the public, your reel will show public, so that way you can reach your global audience. So now what to post? So number one is reels that provide value, entertainment, inspiration are the most successful. So let me repeat that. Reels that provide value, entertainment, inspiration are the most successful ones. And number two is try to stick to one theme that you like. And I love how Emily talked about those passion pillars. Mine are all F's: faith, family, fitness, fun, and food. So each day when I'm posting on social media, I'm thinking of my passion pillars of where I want to showcase and show today my followers the content I want to post. So I try to stick to the fitness ones and the funny ones because that's the ones I like and enjoy. So your theme, when you do a reel, is going to become part of your brand of what you're putting out there on social media. So I'm not going to get into any of the details on how to make a reel because quite honestly, it's trial and error. And there's so many YouTube videos on how to do it that are amazing. And as Courtney said, if you have a teenager, they can do it in like -5 seconds flat. So they'll be able to help you. And just remember that social media is just a piece to our business. So I don't want, those on the call today, if you've never heard of Reel, if you're like, oh, I got to start adding this, I got to learn how to do a story. Like, just remember, social media is just a small piece to our business. Our business is relationship driven. And think of our events, how Rachel Smart talked about the belly to belly, person to person. That's where the magic happens. But social media is something that we have to embrace. This is not going away, but I don't want, you all to be freaked out about doing a reel. Although I am going to challenge you to do one today. I see a lot of people with their teams do a reel today and do it when you don't feel like it. So when you don't feel like posting or making a reel, I know I'm there too. excuse me, I'm there too. Sometimes I think, oh, I don't want to post anything, or I don't want to add anything to my story. Just do it anyway. Think of it as your personal development piece to the business, right? They say, do something scary every day. Think of social media, if it scares you to death, and the thought of doing a reel, like dancing or doing a lip sync in front of somebody just scares you. Think of it as your personal development piece for your business, that you are, chipping away at that comfort level and building your confidence. So do one today. And I'm gonna have Stacy Whitmer come in. She's with me, and we're gonna do a reel, and we're gonna post it. My dog's going nuts. I'm so blessed to have Stacy today. She held the dogs outside. So thank you all for having me. This is so much fun. And I'll say one last thing. Every trainer that invested the time in their presentation and getting their stories together, don't let it go in vain. Take something. Applied education is better than knowledge on ice. I think I butchered that, but you guys know what I'm saying. So invest in you, that's what you're doing, but then take all this education and put it into action, because the people who spent their time at these presentations and were already, almost halfway through and just being filled up. So thank you so much, Courtney, and back to you.
All right, girls, you guys, I'm telling you, you are bringing it today. I'm so stinking excited. Thank you, Mary, and hey, Stacy, good to see your sweet face. Love you. Thanks, girls. All right, we're moving right to the next one. Jill Wagner, and I found this beauty. Let me just tell you something. I found her on TikTok, and I was like, wait, she's a juice plusser. Had to have her. Jill, it's all you, babe.
All right, well, hello, Pajama Regional. I just want to say thank you, first of all, for this group of amazing women that have put this on, and for asking me to be one of the trainers. I'm very honored. I am so thankful that this business has allowed me to be a full-time mom while being a full-time career woman. I absolutely love that. And I just want you to open your mind to the social media. You've already heard some fantastic training. My question to you is this: what if you had new people coming to you wanting to know more about Juice Plus and joining your team, instead of feeling like you're talking to the same people over and over? So keep that question in mind. A little bit about me. I'm Jill Wagner. I'm from Park Hills, Missouri. I've been a wife to Brian for 23 years. We have 4 kids. They're 22, 19, and we have 2 17-year-olds.
Oh my God.
And many people ask, are they twins? If you would see them, you would know that they are not. We thought our family was complete with 3 children, and then Hakeem came into our life when he was 13 through God's divine plan and completed our family. We have been an NMD team since 2016, yet in these last few years, my business had gotten a little stagnant, and I had gone into more of a management mode, and I wasn't building like I wanted to. Have you ever felt like you just didn't know where your next partner or customer was going to come from? And that's kind of where I was. And so I was really struggling to set a new goal. My upline, Rhonda Hubbard, kept talking to me about setting a new goal, and I was struggling with where I was. And when quarantine happened last year, my kids were on this app called TikTok, and I had no idea what it was. They would laugh, and they would do these dances, and they would make jokes, and I'd be like, what are you laughing at? And they would be like, oh, you wouldn't get it, it's on TikTok. And I'm like, well, I want to know what it is, right? Like, I wanted to know. I wanted to be a part. And they're like, oh, it's a TikTok thing. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to get on TikTok and I'm going to understand it. And as soon as I got on it, I want you to know, first of all, I did not understand it. So I'm going to encourage you to have an open mind and to get on TikTok. To finish up my story with it, I started posting things on there that gave me enjoyment. Like Mary said, if you're not having fun, do something different, right? I started doing silly dances with my daughter. I started posting about our adoption. I posted about my family's interaction. We started having a good time on there, just making videos, and started to get a ton of followers. It recently grew to over 700,000 followers in less than a year, and it has given me a ton of enjoyment. And I really have just recently started using it for building my business, and I've gained customers and new partners from it. I think maybe 8 of my last 9 partners have been through TikTok, and I am having a blast. So if you want to find me on there, it's my username is Jill Wagner 81 on TikTok. Or you could go to Authentically Jill on Instagram to find me and go that way. I have people coming to me naturally now instead of me searching for them. I'm still doing it the old-fashioned way too of what we always have done, but this is a new piece I'm adding in as well. I have seen other people in other companies get hundreds of orders in a month, and that really hasn't happened to me. And I don't have all the answers. I want you to know that, but I am trying to figure it out
so that I can better myself and then help you guys better yours as well. So now that you've heard a little bit of the why, let's talk about what TikTok is. It is a social media app very similar to Facebook or Instagram that you've already heard about, but it is also very different in a lot of ways. I know some of you are thinking, this app is for young kids or this app is for young people. I'm not doing this. I want you to know this platform is for everyone. So let me give you some statistics that may change your mind. There are over 2 billion people on TikTok. Y'all, 2 billion people. 689 million active users monthly and over 130 million active users monthly in the United States. 60% are female, 40% are male. And yes, the biggest age division is ages 10 to 19. So I can see why some of you think that it may be a young app. That is 32%. But listen to some of these statistics. Ages 20 to 29, there are over 38 million people in that category. Ages 30 to 39, there are over 21 million people in that category. This is only in the US, by the way. Ages 40 to 49, over 18 million people on TikTok in that category. And some of you are thinking, well, I'm in the older category. I'm a baby boomer. I'm not in that. Guess what, y'all? There's over 9 million baby boomers on TikTok. 9 million, and that's the lowest category. So I'd say that there are still plenty of people on TikTok. Our future is headed into all things video. You've already heard that, not just from me, but from Emily and Mary. Even Instagram made a statement last month that they are no longer going to be a photo sharing app, that they are leaning into the entertainment like YouTube and TikTok. And the great news about TikTok is that it is unlike the other platforms in the way that you do not have to have a big following in order to have a big audience. You may make a video and thousands of people may see it with only having a few hundred followers. Some people, I think I have, so I told you I have like 700,000 followers and a little over that. And my top video, like 12 million people saw it. So you just, more people see it than just your followers. I know some of you are scared that you're gonna mess up. Emily, you did a great job addressing that, or looking silly, but that just may be what gets you the views, okay? So don't overestimate value. There's a boy on TikTok, I say boy, he's a young man. His name is Whitey, and literally what he does is sing into the camera, lip sync. He doesn't even sing. He just moves his lips to the song and he winks at the camera, and he got over 1 million followers in 1 week. Do not overestimate value. This is a copycat app. So if you see something that I do or someone else does that you like, just recreate it. You can even use the person's voice. People do voiceovers all the time on there. And you're going to want to like and comment and follow the people that you want to see more of. Because on TikTok, you have a following page and you have a For You page. Everyone's For You page looks different. Mine will never be just like yours. So what you're going to find on there is what you're liking is what you're going to see more of. So be sure that you like, comment, and follow on the people that you want to see more of. Many people make the same video because it's called using a trend. And we use trending music, we use trending videos, and we use trending hashtags for more views. These videos are not long videos. These videos are 1 minute or shorter. There is a 3-minute option for some people, but most of all, these are for 1 minute or shorter, and a lot of them are 15 seconds or shorter. So find what you enjoy, find your niche and stick with that. Even if you have a viral video, definitely stick with that niche because they're gonna post it out there more so that relates to that viral video. I find that posting consistently and at the same time every day helps my views. Do not be nervous. We do want you to be smart. Just remember, like on any other social media platform, that we are representing our company, we are representing ourselves and everyone else that's in our company, and we want to also protect our company. So we're not making claims on TikTok just like any other app. I try not to show the product or say the name on the videos. There's a couple of videos where I have showed the bottles going by, something like that. Recently, I've tried to not even show the bottles, but every once in a while I might. There is a feature though that after you have 1,000 followers, you can go live, and actually in that it gets you to interact with your people. So I can go live and I can show myself, let's say in the morning time I go live and I'm showing myself making my shakes, taking my Juice Plus. That is the moment that I do show everything. And I may go live for an hour and have 5,000 to 10,000 people come into my live within that hour. They're getting to know me, they're getting to interact with me on a more personal level. That way, whenever I am making a Juice Plus video or the business video, they feel comfortable to message me because they feel like they already know me from my videos that are out there. And where else can I get in front of 5,000 to 10,000 people in an hour's time, right? So I think that one reason my account built quickly is because I am real and authentic. I try to be true to who I am. And I talk openly about my struggles. I talk openly about my life. I try to be very vulnerable on there. I know that's not everybody's thing, but it is relatable to people. I show real life things that my family's going through and the fun that we have. My family's a blast. I love my family. I love to show them off. And then I incorporate a product video or a business video randomly throughout those other videos. And I'm not only just posting on TikTok, I'm using that to also lead people into my Instagram and my Facebook and my project broadcast. So sometimes when I post a TikTok, I am also going to a different website. I use one called musicallydown.com, and it takes off the watermark of TikTok, and then I can post it directly into my reels on Instagram, like Mary was talking about, because Instagram does not want you to post your TikTok videos on there. You have to get rid of your logo. And so that allows me to create the same video and just take off the logo where I'm not making double. And mine may not be what you guys envision for yours at all, and that is okay. Find what you enjoy. I am going to give you a little warning. You do have to be thick-skinned. Not everyone is going to like you. Not everyone is going to support you. But the way I like to think about it is that all views and all comments help build my page and my income. So it's a win-win, right? So you can just change your mindset about that. I do not engage with the people who have negative things to say either. I know that I'm giving you a lot of information, and some of you are brand new to TikTok and you're like, I don't even know yet about TikTok if I'm going to do it. I just hope that what you've gotten from today was a little bit of hope of what TikTok or social media can do to build your business. I truly believe that we are shifting into the future. Social media is an A activity for me. It is part of my daily method of operation. I spend time daily interacting with people from my social media. I do not spend time daily creating content. I want you to know that. Whenever a day is that I have my hair and makeup done, I'm doing what's called batching. I'm creating multiple videos in one day that I want to set out throughout the week, and I'm changing my shirt. So people think maybe I'm doing it daily, and I'm not. So I'm creating those on one day and yet have them to post throughout the week. I know that many of you are going to have more questions, and Courtney and I have committed to doing a follow-up question and answer in the Pajama Regional group in the next couple of weeks so we can answer more questions about that. I hope that you're not overwhelmed, but that you're encouraged as to what is possible. I have felt down deep for a while that I have been made for more, and this app and social media has given me a voice with hope and excitement that I haven't had in quite some time, to be honest. And I am now ready to set those goals. It's giving me back such an excitement, and new people coming on board, and setting those goals started with me as the leader. Because as a leader, we have to know where we're going so other people can follow us. I do not know what embracing social media will do for you, yet I do know what is possible, and it may just be that it reignites your passion. So a couple to-do steps for today: download TikTok, see how it works. Follow and like and comment on who you want to see more of on your For You page, and be brave and start creating some videos. That is all.
It's going to take so much bravery for so many of you, but I'm telling you, these three girls here that just shared, they just shared gold with you. They just gave you permission to show up messy, figure it out, because it's social media. I just saw Dana Papa put it in the chat. Social media is here to stay. Am I right, Jill? Am I right, Emily and Mary? It's here to stay. Like it or not, you guys. All right, so we are ready to rock and roll right into our very special next segment. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Mary, so very, very, very much. All right, so as many of you have noticed, we did not have our January Juice Plus Pajama Regional. Years ago, we as a committee came together and we decided that we wanted to follow in Jay Martin's vision of not only inspiring healthy living, but also inspiring healthy giving. So each Pajama Regional, we donate proceeds to that we get in from you guys registering. We donate to the Pure Hope Foundation and the Dollar Fund. So we came together as a committee and decided that we wanted to do something really big, something truly significant. And y'all, together, we have the opportunity to make a collective impact. And I cannot wait to see what our community is going to do. So we are excited for you to hear this opportunity today. We asked Catherine Lee, founder and executive director of Pure Hope Foundation, what can we do to help make a difference in these girls' lives? So Catherine, we are honored, so honored to have you share about Pure Hope and how we can inspire healthy giving like we have never done before. So I'm gonna pull Catherine up here. Hang on one second, adding that spotlight, unmuting. All right, you got it. There we go. It's all you, Catherine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Courtney. I'm so glad your handsome husband, John Shaw, made my gray hair cool. I am so honored to be here. You guys, I have been more challenged with upping my game by this J.P Regional. Just when I think I'm relevant and I've got it, it's like, oh, I can get even better. I love our community so much. So thank you to all of our speakers and really to every one of you that's signed up, because your proceeds are impacting Pure Hope Foundation and Dollar Fund. And you need to know both of these organizations were founded because of our Juice Plus businesses. So Kurt Beavers founded the Dollar Fund, and my husband Michael and I founded Pure Hope Foundation. And we help restore young women that have been victimized by the atrocity of trafficking. So when I was 24, I started my Juice Plus business. I am now 52, so I've been with this company more of my life than not. But when I started, I just wanted to make $500 a month. Honestly, that was as big as I could dream at 24. But that meant I could be home with my kids, which to me made me rich, because I believe options are what makes us rich. Now, when I made that $500 a month, I thought a really profound question. What if? What if I could double that? What if I could just do the same things and I could do it again? What if I could double it? And when I did, the comma in a paycheck, that's a great thing to celebrate. I thought, what if the rest is true? What if I could go all the way in this marketing plan, and then what would I do? Well, you guys, I have done many things. This business has afforded me incredible opportunities for me and my family, but little did I know that my heart would be broken over this issue of trafficking through a series of literal radical encounters where I found out that trafficking is the second largest criminal industry in our country and the fastest growing. Drugs is the only thing that surpasses it. But when we meet with FBI and Homeland Security, they always say, oh no, trafficking is going to surpass, human trafficking is going to surpass drug trafficking any day now. Because there's 40 million people globally that are in slavery, many of which is sex slavery, and most of which are underage. And if they're overage, it's just because we have failed them. Now, little did I know that fruits and vegetables in a capsule was going to help be part of the restoration. Because of the income and flexibility, my husband Michael and I can serve Pure Hope Foundation without taking a salary, which means that all that money goes to direct care, meaning it impacts the young women specifically and directly. And so I want to tell you just a quick story today, because we have the opportunity, just like in our business, we have collective impact. That's what's happening today. All these teachings and trainings are coming over with collective impact. And then you and your team get together and you share your stories and you have collective impact. And now we get an opportunity for collective generosity. First, by you signing up today. And we've got a cool opportunity for you to help us expand, because out of those 40 million people, hundreds of thousands of which are in the United States, there's only 1,800 beds. We talk to people all the time, law enforcement, they say, we know where they are. There's nowhere for them to go. And so we just acquired Pure Hope Ranch because of the generosity of so many of you. I just can't get over the collective generosity of this mission that has been driven because of Jay Martin's legacy of healthy giving. And you guys have poured into this. And now we need to build two new homes so we can get more beds. But what we're focusing on today is raising the funds for a healthy living kitchen. Because this is what I didn't realize. But God knew when he wove all the pieces together that the kitchen would be the heart of the home. You guys, Stuart, our amazing new CEO, just talked about food insecurity, and there's no one more food insecure than these people that are literally in slavery. They don't have any of their own money. And when they're given money, it's usually for a candy bar or a soda. That is how a lot of them live, if not the majority. So they are food insecure. And so when they come to us, they are nutritionally deprived in a way I cannot describe to you. But we have the opportunity to have healthy living kitchens, and it becomes the heart of the home. None of them know how to cook. It's very rare that anyone knows how to cook. They certainly have never tried lots of healthy foods, but it is the coming together in that kitchen and learning together that transforms and changes lives. So I just went to the young women and told them about this opportunity for me today. We had lunch yesterday, and I said, what does a healthy living kitchen mean to you when we build that next home to bring more girls? And they cry. They want to help other women like them, because one of the greatest lies they're told is no one cares about you. And they see you caring about them by every donation you give and by this opportunity. And I said, guys, they're going to help us build the heart of the next 2 homes. So we have the first kitchen where we get to impact that today. And I said, so you guys, I want to hear from you. What does a healthy living kitchen mean to you? So I'm just going to read to you quickly what they said. This is the different young women specifically. One of them who, feeling loved is a really big thing, and loving others is a really big thing, because they don't know how to be loved or to love others. And our youngest young woman, she's 17, said, I love being in the kitchen with people I know and I love. Another young woman said, having a healthy living kitchen has showed me there are more foods in the world than I have ever imagined. My favorite thing about being in the kitchen is I look around at everyone cooking and I think, this is what family is like. Sorry. She said, this is what family is like. It's laughing together, making mistakes together, not getting mad at each other. It's showing each other how to cook things. There's no judgment in the kitchen. It's just been a special part of Pure Hope Foundation, and it's showing me what family is like. 2 more. One said, being in the kitchen means family time and doing my favorite thing, which is eating. I love her. She said, it means sharing our days and laughing with each other, even making fun of each other sometimes. It means a good time together. And then finally, one said, having a healthy living kitchen has helped my mood and the way I've recovered from being trafficked. I was really small when I came here, and having a nutritious diet and well-being has helped me grow physically, mentally, and emotionally. Being able to go into the kitchen and have a family atmosphere and cooking together has been such a blessing. And then one of them said, are you going to tell them that sometimes we ask for sugar brownies? I said, what sugar is brownies? And they're like, the brownies that aren't made with black beans or quinoa, right? We do have 80-20 and they get sugar brownies sometimes. But we help them heal. And you guys, the Juice Plus product line and the Tower Garden and the ecotherapy of that has been monumental. We had a woman who was, a grown adult in her early 20s. She grew 2 inches in a shoe size because of healthy nutrition.
Wow.
You guys, it is so powerful what we can do. So if you feel called to invest, that's what we're going to have the opportunity to do today. But I want to thank you already for investing, because this is the truth. When I started my business, gosh, more than half my life ago, I had no idea these young women were waiting for me. And I think of the 3 times that I almost quit. And I think, what if? Not what if the possibilities, but what if the atrocity that I would have given in to my fears instead of living for their freedom. So thank you for all you're doing and for showing up today.
All right, y'all. I'm leaving you up there, Catherine, because they want to see your face. I can promise you this. You are doing such good in the world. Thank you. You all, we know that contribution and purpose are 2 basic human needs. So let's do this, y'all. Let's build this inspiring, healthy living kitchen and even more. Listen, if we go over this goal, that money will go to fill that kitchen up with all the things that a kitchen needs. And if we keep going, we can build them a dining room and even furnish it so they have a place to nourish together like a family does. There are no limits to what we are able to do. So while we're at lunch, while it might be a short lunch, hang on, while we're at lunch, what we want to do is we're going to give you a number and you're going to type in the word, all capital letters, give. Go to that link and donate. The information, I'm gonna put it right up on the screen. It's also gonna be pinned on the JP Pajama Regional Facebook group.
Already.
And we were gonna add it to the jppajamaregional.com website, all right? It's gonna be everywhere. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep this open. It's gonna be open for the next week till next Saturday, so August the 14th. Share it with your family, share it with your friends, share it with your customers. Let them get involved in this. We are a part of something bigger than just us. Let's show up. Let's show these girls what our community is capable of. And I think it's going to be amazing. Catherine, we love you. We appreciate you. Thank you so very much. I can't wait to see that kitchen and dining room and all the stuff that goes in it. Let's do this, y'all. All right, thank you, Catherine. All right, so what we're gonna do, you guys, we really want to try to stay as much on time as we can. So we are going to let you have lunch today. That's the good news. The other news is it's going to be a very short lunch. So what we're going to inspire you to do is go to the kitchen right now, get your food and bring it back to your screens at 1:15 Eastern time. That's 15 minutes from now. Let's see how fast we can get our food together, you guys. How fast can you fast track that lunch? Let's do it. Fast track your lunch. 15 minutes you can eat while you're inspired and learning. All right. I promise you, we have a power packed day. I apologize. Listen, we're gonna be done back in here on our this afternoon, right? You can pee while I'm talking, right? That's what you can do. You can go potty while I'm talking because there won't be any potty breaks either. All right. All right, I'm putting that screen up right now. Go grab your lunch. See you in 15. Thanks, everybody.
Sorry. So I guess you're gonna give us the fast version. You won't go body yoga. Don't do.
You didn't want to go over and get my blanket. I did see that.
This one's small. Yeah.
Wave to the girls there. We had 5 on. I was so proud.
They're
We had
on
5
the,
girls.
oh, our team,
Yeah,
yes.
next, Nay left, and right now we have 4 on. Say hello to them again. Oh, not just your kids. We had 5 on, now we have 4 on. Because she had to go get her kids from the.
I might be coming back. Hi, have a great lunch.
We need at least 5 minutes. We need at least that, right? Do you want to heat them up in the toaster oven, or what do you want to do, honey?
How fast do you think your toaster oven will be? I wish I had thought about it. I would put it in before now.
I'm sorry, either one. Well, he is for washing. Now you can still get up and get soft. It's no big deal. If you want me to reheat the oven, I can reheat the oven. There's
I think the toaster oven on the microwave.
no, I don't use microwave in my house, but.
No worries. No, the toaster oven is what I
Okay,
put
good.
on too.
Okay. And
Seltzer water? No, on the no, on seltzer. Here's some oranges. Oh, you asked me, you made help with Maryland. If you're putting the sweet treats out, that was.
that was good. It was very helpful.
That was helpful.
I know that Marilyn didn't like, we don't have enough time, but I'm like,
Oh, no,
I need to make.
no, I was coming.
Okay, like,
I was not,
yeah, we need to make time for that.
I just meant we don't have enough time to do it.
To do
I
that.
didn't mean I shouldn't do it. I just meant
Okay.
there's not enough,
Yeah,
there should be more time.
I know. So here's the regular rolls. Here is the burger buns that are gluten free.
Where do you want the salad?
Why don't you put that, why don't you stick it right on top of that, right now, okay? And, we'll have all now. So let me get little bowls for us.
All right, everybody, welcome back, welcome back. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up. Sorry, I just took my kids' food upstairs because they're like flowers in the attic. They don't come down when all the people are here. So let me pull up Lisa Paget. Hang on, my friend. My heart is beating. I'm out of breath. We're going to the next segment. There we go. Unmute. All right, so let's do this, Lisa. Let me pull up the screen and you can rock and roll, my friend. Hang on, hang on. Here you go. Hang on, making it big, making it big. Let's play this party. All right, it's all you, girl.
Thank you so much, everybody. Well, my name is Lisa Paget, as you know, and this is my awesome husband, Bobby Paget, and we're going to share with you that we have an incredible event. You know, there's 3 events that really build your business, really a live event. You've got the Pajama Regional, you've got the JP Live, and then you've got boot camp. And Bobby and I have a boot camp coming up in November, the 12th, 13th, and 14th. We live in Waynesboro, Georgia. We've got our trainers are 1 president, 4 PMD pluses, 1 EMD, and 2 NMDs, 1 EMD, and it's going to be absolutely phenomenal. We are going big. And so if you want to move your business forward, now is the time. You can register at jpbootcamp.com, and we'll post this flyer in the Facebook page. Thank you, Courtney.
Awesome, awesome. All right, I'm gonna leave y'all unmuted. Just stay where you are. Okay, we're gonna move smoothly through this. All right, you guys. So we've got to plug our Big Rock event. We put the Big Rocks in first. JP Live coming up, St. Louis, October 21st to the 23rd. You can go live or you can get a virtual ticket. And this is what I know. Tickets are gonna stay the price that they are until August the 15th. Go and register. I'm telling you, if I hadn't gone to conference, my very first conference, I wouldn't be here today. So I'm so grateful for that. So mark that on your calendars, get there, get your ticket by August the 15th. It'll still be on sale after that, just will cost you a little bit more. Hang on 1 second, Bobby. Let me get myself muted, and I'm gonna turn this over to Bobby Paget, who is going to do a great honor and tribute to one of our very much loved doctors. Let me mute, and I'm gonna pull that screen up for you, Bobby.
Yeah.
They're doing a tribute to,
Thank you, Courtney, and the PJ committee for asking me to say a few words about someone that had an impact in all of our lives, both directly and indirectly. Of course, I'm speaking about Dr. Rick Du Bois. Lisa and I had the great pleasure to know Dr. Rick and his lovely wife, Jan, on a personal level. Dr. Rick spoke at many of our boot camps here on Paget's Farm, as well as us visiting them at their home in North Georgia. As leaders, we traveled in the same circles at leadership events and trainings, retreats across the globe. And I can honestly say that I never heard Dr. Rick Du Bois raise his voice in anger or ever say one kind word about anyone. He was a doctor of doctors, there was no doubt. And he was able to share the science and benefits of Juice Plus so that everyone could understand why we should take Juice Plus. There are many of us that would raise our hands and say, we take Juice Plus today and for the rest of our lives because of him. And I am one of those persons. Dr. Rick was a friend to everyone and would talk to anyone about Juice Plus. I remember he was usually the last person to leave a seminar or talk because he would stay and answer everyone's questions, anyone at any time. And of course, going back a little bit in time, many of us will remember the day that he walked across the stage in his lycopene jacket and gave a tremendous presentation. Of course, who can forget the whole truth in 15-minute cassette tape? It changed our business forever. And I know some young people on the call today or this event are going, what is a cassette tape? But that one thing really changed the direction of our entire business. So yes, young and old, Dr. Rick left an impact in our business that can never be measured. You know, Jan called me a few months ago and asked me to do the eulogy at Dr. Rick's celebration of life on the Burdick Farm, May of this year, just a couple of months ago. And I was truly honored, and I quickly said, yes, ma'am, whatever I could do, I would be glad to. But when I hung up the phone, it kind of hit me. My goodness, how do you do justice to someone that lived such an incredible life? And you know, I remember my pastor one time said, if you really want to know about the character of someone or who they really are, ask the people around them, ask the leaders around them, their mentors, and the people that they look up to. And you know, so I talked to the corporate of this company, had many conversations at that time. I read the boxer threads of the 100 clubs and the NMDs, and there was words that kept repeating themselves, and I began to write these down. So I just want to share a few of these words that I kept hearing and tell you what other people, the leaders of this business and industry, thought about Dr. Rick Du Bois. That he was a God-fearing man. He was a devoted husband, a loving father, a pioneer, a world changer, a brilliant physician, thoughtful, a man of integrity, patient and kind. He was generous. He was inspiring. He was a mentor. He was genuine. He was caring and charming, compassionate and humble, funny and loved and respected, honorable, a healthy road, dedicated, influential, sophisticated, a legend, a wise healer, a doctor's doctor, passionate, a world traveler, an officer, and a gentleman. He is irreplaceable.
Okay.
And as I close out, I believe we can continue on to read the voice today by continuing the mission of inspiring healthy living around the world. You know, Rick was a humble man. He enjoyed life every day, but he was probably one of the most humblest persons I've ever met in my life. He was full of wisdom, but he was always humble. You know, in every conversation just about that I had with Rick about life or this business, he would always say and use the words of, aren't we blessed? Or how blessed are we? And Rick said many times in closing the conferences or events that he did, I'm going to say it back, it sounds good to me. So I want to also mention two other amazing leaders in our community that we've lost this year, and that is Miss Elsa Billman and Dr. Frank Eggleston. They were great mentors in this community. Many of us learned so much from them personally and professionally. Elsa was a fireball of energy and enthusiasm, and at age 93, she continued to share the gift of health and Jesus with all-out urgency everywhere she went. We will miss her smile and her positive outlook on life. Dr. Frank Eggleston, he was a soft-spoken man with an amazing sense of humor. He was a wonderful teacher of this business and a gifted speaker. When it came to sharing the science of Juice Plus to so many of us, he and Sarah and his wife are what I call the salt of the earth, loving everyone wholeheartedly. He will be missed in this community. To each of these legends of the Juice Plus community, they were true trailblazers, pioneers, who will be forever missed in our hearts and in our businesses. And on behalf of everyone, we just want to say thank you.
Okay. We truly stand on the shoulders of some giants, and we have lost some legends, and we know that they are in their heavenly home and that they will be deeply, deeply missed. Thank you so much for that tribute, Bobby. So appreciate you. All right, you guys. So we are going to continue. I hope that you all feel them in your hearts and that you know that they want you to keep going and inspiring healthy living. That was their passion. And so we are going to continue with an inspiring story. Our own Jennifer New is going to be up, except for I don't see her on here. So, okay. So I think what we're going to do, I'm not sure why I don't see her in here. Sorry, you guys. Give me 1 second. We're trying to stay on time, but I don't want to skip over her. All right. So, Heather, are you ready? I'm going to go ahead and bring Heather up, and maybe we'll get back to Jennifer afterwards. I'm not sure. Maybe she's under a different name, but it's okay. We'll get her up. So let me turn this over to Heather. We roll, y'all. We roll. Oh, she's on? Hang on. Hold on. Is she under Jennifer? Oh, under Jen? Sorry, y'all.
She's so sweet, Jennifer New. She's an enemy. I'm just here now.
Sorry, you guys. Oh, there she is. I'm sorry, y'all. Listen, human. We are human. We are human. Oops, there she is. Good. Sorry. I looked at the wrong thing. Jen, I think I unmuted you. Yeah? No? Yes. Whew. I'm sweating, y'all. All right, girl. Ready to shine. Go.
Thank you so much. I've been so inspired today. Hi, everyone. My name is Jennifer New. I am a mother of 3 teens and married to a wonderful pediatrician. I started this journey with Juice Plus about 12 years ago. I was a stay-at-home mom with 3 toddlers, and all 4 of us were always sick. I was frustrated, had no energy, tired, and needed a nap every day. I just wanted my husband to come home to help me every day. After 18 months of prayer and in search of an answer, a doctor shared Juice Plus with us and the importance of eating enough vine-ripened raw fruits and vegetables and bridging the gap from Juice Plus. I have a heart for serving and helping others, but I had no idea that God will call me into this passion, and this Juice Plus partnership will be a stepping stone into the future that God had prepared for me. I never wanted to do the business or be a salesperson. For me, it was all about helping others. We were originally sending my husband's patients to the doctor that introduced us to Juice Plus. And it finally made sense to become a partner because we wanted to help as many people as possible get healthier. I said yes to the business, but didn't know what it meant, except that it was going to help people. So for the first 7 years, it was all about serving others and getting them healthier or helping families earn that supplemental income. I have been serving others for 7 years without thinking of my own needs until one day about 2015, I had a greater vision. The realization that my dad, his friends, and other relatives were aging, it scared me. The thought of my father being overseas in Asia and not knowing Jesus as Lord and Savior made me cry. On the days when it was hard for me to pick up the phone to talk to someone else about the product or business, I looked at the photo of my dad on my desk and remembered my why. You see, traveling with my family to see my dad each time cost about $10,000 a year. I've been able to go twice a year. I remember my mentor said, if you want to grow the business, then you need to be coachable and be on team calls. And she challenged us to look at what's scheduled on our calendars because you get what you schedule, not what you want. I made it to the top of our company in the fall of 2016 with weekly events, attending team calls and countless three-way connection calls. Since then, I've been able to travel overseas to Asia each year with my children and niece to see my dad. The memories made are priceless. My last visit was January 12, 2020, and now travel overseas to see my dad is prohibited. This has meant so much to me that my children, my father and my father at the time could see and got to spend those summers together. My father's vision no longer allows me to see with his eyes, but I know that the memories of us traveling overseas to Asia is so precious because those are the memories he now sees with his mind and heart. I have peace and assurance knowing that flooding our family body with Juice Plus will support our immune system. Juice Plus is a solution for all. And in a world that's uncertain, I love knowing that my Juice Plus business is stable because it's a virtual business and I can take it wherever I go. Even if I needed to go overseas to Asia one day to care for my dad. I'm excited about the future because so many families are needy in this uncertain time. This past January, I lost 3 people in 1 month. My father-in-law, my pastor.
Yay. Let me get you another fork for you. Can you get it out that way or get it out of here?
Hurt his back and was out of work for several days. For the first time in 17 years of our marriage, I was scared. My amazing team of leaders supported, prayed, and loved on me. My business grew and so did my supplemental income to the highest ever during our surprising trial. I love this community and my closest friends are my team. I'm in a position to give more to needy families and support more ministries. While I continue to be a caregiver, a woman of vision, faith, passion, and compassion. It is more blessed to give than to receive. I love having that helper's side. This virtual business is a vehicle and we can offer health and hope to everyone. But the most important to me is that I am in God's will with this mission and relationally driven company of high integrity. Thank you, everyone.
I love seeing that passion and that joy in your eyes there as you finished up there, Jen. I'll tell you what, you're inspiring, and I'm just grateful that you kept pushing through because there's a lot of people that need to hear what you have to say. So thank you very much. All right, you guys. So we are going to go right to our next speaker. So give me 1 second here. I'm bringing you up. Here we go. All right, hang on. Yeah. Are you good? Got it?
Good.
Good, girl.
All right, well, we have something really special now after lunch. Thank you, Jennifer, for sharing such an amazing journey that you've been on. I want to introduce Casey Schloss. Casey graduated with her doctorate in pharmacy from the University of Missouri in Kansas City in 2010. After graduation, she practiced in community pharmacy with her resume including pharmacy manager, critical point person, and compliance field evaluator for more than 30 pharmacy locations in the greater St. Louis area. Her career introduced her to her wonderful husband, Chris, who is also a pharmacist. Casey and Chris have 2 very happy and healthy Juice Plus kiddos, Cam and Will. She was used to her practice treatments by day, but in 2014, she began to practice prevention at night. That was when she said yes to the Juice Plus virtual franchise. Together with her amazing team in 1 year's time, they reached the position of National Marketing Director. Casey was awarded the Elton's 12 Club Rookie of the Year and 12 Club Member of the Year. And it's all because people matter to Casey. Her mission drives her, and she is committed to inspiring healthy living around the world. In 2015, Casey was able to leave her pharmacist career because of her Juice Plus business. She's now a homeschooling mom and loves choosing her own work hours, working with friends and family, traveling, and she is so grateful for work that gives her more time with the people she loves. I truly admire this fantastic girl. She inspires me, and I am certain she's going to inspire you too. Please help me welcome Casey Schloss.
Hey everyone, I am so excited to be on here with you today. Heather, thanks for a beautiful introduction. The Pajama Regional is an event that we always look forward to, and it's been so fun to see all of your faces and so many teams together. And that was a beautiful tribute to Dr. Rick Bobby. He had a huge impact on our journey too. So like Heather said, I'm Casey Schloss, and I'm going to be spending a little bit of time chatting with you about an amazing tool to use to grow and duplicate in your business. You know, we hear often about duplication in our business. I learned pretty early on that if I really wanted to make a big impact in the way of family health, I needed to learn how to duplicate in my team. I also learned that in order to have more flexibility in my life, I needed to have a scalable business. And in order to have a scalable business, I needed to learn how to duplicate. And that is where this tool comes in. But first, let me take you back to 8 years ago where it all started for me. I was pretty fresh out of pharmacy school, and one of the biggest things that led me to becoming a pharmacist was my own health journey. I was diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder at 14. So super weird fact about me, I had 3 spleens. You're designed to just have one, but somehow I had 3, and they took all 3 out, so now I'm completely asplenic. But having gone through a lot in dealing with that autoimmune disorder, I had a burden for sick people, especially children. I knew what it felt like to be chronically ill, weak, to miss a lot of school because of a risk of hemorrhage, to have 0 healthy cravings, to be chronically constipated, to bruise easily, to be on high-dose steroids and gain almost 50 pounds in water weight in a very short period of time in high school. To have bone marrow biopsies, spinal taps, to be poked and prodded regularly. And that is why I went into healthcare. I loved seeing my patients, but I quickly got frustrated. There is a place for medicine, and though I learned there's a huge void in the arena of health and prevention, I realized no one was teaching these families how to avoid the pharmacy, or even that in many cases, some health conditions were preventable. Honestly, I was frustrated at seeing so many sick families and it just being normal. So I'd go home after sometimes having 14-hour days and do my own research. You know, what does it look like to truly be healthy, to nourish our bodies? And what can we be doing to prevent disease from happening? I got excited when I saw how simple the answers really are. It's fruits and vegetables, plants, to put it super simply, what my parents and grandparents always said. See, at this time I was engaged to my now husband, and I knew we'd want to start a family right away. But I wanted to do whatever I could to set my future family up for success. If there was anything I could do to protect my kids from going through what I had gone through, I was going to do it. I'm blessed to have amazing parents who did the same for me. But I was the child who never really had a healthy palate. Plus, when you know better, you can do better. So my husband and I started to juice every day. Now, if you've juiced before, you know the drill. An hour of your day devoted to washing, cutting, juicing, choking it down, at least that was my experience, and then washing and drying your juicer. And then it's the very same thing the next day and day after day. And I haven't even mentioned the $20 a day we were spending for fresh green juices and the time spent on shopping for ingredients and researching which ones we should juice together. We could only do it for so long. And that's when the Juice Plus products came into our lives. It made so much sense. And you know what's still the most exciting part to me is the clinical research. Finally, a product that I could confidently recommend. Safe, efficacious, easy, affordable, goodbye juicer. So that's just what happened. We fell in love with Juice Plus. And even as a customer, I was recommending it to a lot of people. I knew this is what families needed. It was what I needed. So I guess I was what I would now call a super customer on all of the products and referring people. But I'll admit, my husband and I did not think the business was for us for a year and a half. You know, there's something about spending 10 years in college, getting a doctorate degree, and having hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt that just makes you feel like that's where you're supposed to be. But here was another problem. Remember when I told you about how we wanted to start a family? At that time in my life, my husband and I were only having dinner together for maybe 1 to 2 nights a week. I had a career with a lot, quite a lot of room for upward mobility, but I was time poor. And I knew that upward mobility wasn't going to help that situation. And that became another burden. How can I create more time to be with these future children if I can hardly spend quality time now with my husband? Enter the Juice Plus virtual franchise. In other words, I was finally open to getting paid for what I was already doing, sharing our story and making a recommendation. I could do that. Then learning to teach others how to do the same. Duplication, remember? So I went to an event and I learned this is a 50-year-old company. I loved that. They have great leadership, a proven and brilliant but simple business model where I could do a lot of good. And the best health products in the world that I believed in wholeheartedly and would always want for my family. This mission and company officially had a huge part of my heart. Then I went to my first conference after 1 full month of the business, and it changed my life forever. I heard from regular moms like me who had made this their career. They were using their skills and their God-given gifts and abilities to really do this, to do well for their families by doing a lot of good in the world. And that's when I decided to go all in. As my friend Kurt Beaver says, it was a Kairos moment. So for that whole first year of my business, I also worked full-time as a pharmacist, and I was pregnant with our first child. Tools like the one I'm talking about today were vital. In fact, when I first sat down to become a customer and to become a team member a year and a half later, my sponsors simply walked me through the tools like what I'm sharing here. I once heard someone say, if you want something done, give it to a busy mom. Now, that's not to say the men on here, John Shaw, Bobby Paget, and all you guys aren't just as qualified, but I share that to hopefully inspire you because you can be successful in your Juice Plus business, even if you're a super busy mom. There have been different seasons already in just 7 years in my business. Today, I'm still a supportive wife, but also a homeschooling mom to 2, active in our church. I'm a daughter, a sister, a friend, and I'm new to farm life. But because of our company, the systems in place, an incredible team, hard work, passion, and focus, I was able to step out of that 60 to 70-hour work week that had become so normal to me. Some of my first big dreams from the vision that was cast for me at that first conference were to be debt-free from those mounting student loans, to be able to have dinners regularly with my family, to be off on Sundays, and to give my mom a car, as a new car as a gift. All of those dreams have come true, and we'll be forever grateful. It's still a huge deal to me that I can sit at our table with my daughter on a Monday and let her paint my nails. It's just like Rachel said earlier, use your struggles to drive your passion and you will get results. So I'm sharing this with you in hopes that you too will see the value of what's possible. With tools and a team, without tools and a team, none of this could have happened. So that's why I'm fired up to share with you about my favorite tool, the Freedom Revolution site. I want you to be comfortable with it, confident in it, and competent in using it. If you're new, I really want you to schedule some time with your sponsor to sit down and look through it together. And if you're a leader, I'd love for you to get familiar with it too. So go ahead and grab your pen and paper and let's dig in. So first things first, here's how you get there. You go to thefreedomrevolution.com. And I want you to go ahead and write that down so you can come back to it, and you're going to want to bookmark it in your browser. You're going to be using it often. So again, if you haven't heard of it, thefreedomrevolution.com. We've been loving using this site in different ways over the past few months. The first is on the landing page. You'll find some really helpful videos on there that are forward-facing, meaning that you can use these to share our products and our company with the people you know and care about. So let me give you one example. One of our team members is a newly retired nurse in her 60s, busy traveling with her husband. She's a very involved grandma when she's home, and she cares for her elderly mom. We call her the boss boomer. She's personally sponsored 5 new team members in the last month. She loves to use those videos on the landing page that are aimed at different professions. She told me she especially loves using it to share with teachers and nurses. And just 2 days ago, she sponsored a new chiropractor who runs her own practice and is about to wrap up her first promotion already. So how about when a new partner joins our team? We love the new Getting Started section on this site. To get there, you just click Get Started in the upper right corner of the landing page. The password is welcome. And you're gonna love this. Seriously, it's a one-stop shop. So we typically do a web walk or walk a team member through it together in person. But what I love about this is just that, it's a one-stop shop. It has vision casting, It has embedded videos for how to place your order and other people's orders. It has videos and documents explaining the first promotion, videos and links to product videos, how-tos for social media, how-tos for talking to people, and so much more. So we show our new team how to find and bookmark the site, how to use it, and then the stories are there for inspiration. We also refer back to it often. You know, as we all know, with new team, lots of questions come up. When someone needs a reminder about how to enter an order, for instance, we refer them back to the Getting Started section in the video there that teaches it. This, my friends, is how we are able to build a business that duplicates and becomes scalable. Starting up a new team member is so exciting and fun. And if it's not, then something ain't right. As we know, it's important that we stay connected with our new team. It's kind of like raising up a child. At first, they're a baby and they don't know anything. You work closely with them and you help them grow into a toddler and a child, a teenager, and then a flourishing adult. But what I love so much about this is it's simple, it's streamlined, and again, you can use it to duplicate. A new team member can hang out right there under Getting Started while they're working on their first promotion, then click that arrow at the bottom to advance once they've completed it. And again, it's simple, yet it has all the info they need and what you need to help them. So you as a sponsor and them as a new team member are working off the same place, and it's intuitive operationally. This click-through process gives new team exactly what they need at each level through the first 3 promotions, all the way to the top commission level. And then you can go into the full site that has almost anything you could need after that. So let's go back to that experience I told you about early on in my journey, the Kairos moment. I certainly didn't have the entire comp plan sorted out in my mind when I decided to go all in, but I did know I needed and wanted to build team. But see, I didn't really know much of anything except that I love these products and I believed in this company and the mission. The only way I was able to feel confident in bringing on a new team while I was still new team myself was plugging into my sponsors and by using tools. This is what allows us to duplicate with ease. Not too long ago, we had a Nourishing Families event where a new team member signed up. I knew her sponsor felt confident and comfortable, largely because of the freedomrevolution.com startup tool. After the guest left, she popped out her laptop, showed her the site, walked her through the Getting Started section in about 10 minutes, answered a few questions, and that was that. The brand new team member, a busy wife, mom of 3, and a coach, left with her family the very next morning for a month-long vacation across the country. And you might think that that could cause some disconnect or delay in her getting launched. But because of staying connected via Voxer and the startup on the Freedom Revolution site, she knocked out her first promotion quickly in her downtime while on vacation. That's what I call a win for the new team member and her sponsor. That grows confidence. That is fun, that's duplication, and that's what allows for the ability to scale your business. So here we are. It's August 7th. We have 25 days left in August in our Come Join Us Blitz. This tool makes it so simple for a brand new partner to grab 3 or 4 friends and go through Partner Plus together. And let me tell you, you can go further than you can imagine in your business simply by duplicating that step over and over. Or maybe you're not brand new and this is how you can go sponsor 10 new people between now and August 31st, and they can be successful new partners and you can be a successful sponsor. You know, I don't know if you've ever really thought about how far you want to go with this, but what if you simply share your story boldly and share this first step? Just take that next step. Sponsoring new team is fun, it's exciting, and you can do it confidently. The more people you add, the more fun it is, and your business can become something so much bigger than you ever could have imagined, making a positive impact in the lives of so many families. So I want to leave you with an excerpt from a devotional that a friend recently shared with me. It's called Enough Light for the Next Step. Often we want to be able to see into the future. We say, how will this next year be for me? Where will I be 5 or 10 years from now? There are no answers to these questions. Mostly we have just enough light to see the next step, what we have to do in the coming hour or the following day. The art of living is to enjoy what we can see and not complain about what remains in the dark. When we're able to take the next step with the trust that we will have enough light for the step that follows, we can walk through life with joy and be surprised at how far we can go. So let's rejoice in the little light that we carry and not ask for the great beam that would take all the shadows away. Thank you guys so much for having me on today, and cheers to using this tool and saying yes to duplication, scaling your business, and taking the next step.
Oh my gosh, y'all, I could just listen to Casey all day long. Amazing, Casey, thank you so much. And I know your team is utilizing the Freedom Revolution so well and having great success. So thank you for inspiring all of us to use that tool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you, girl. Have a good time today. All right, you guys, let me get over here. All right, so now what I'm gonna do really quickly is I'm gonna unmute our sweet friend, Lisa Paget, who will be, hang on. Hang on, Lisa. Hang on. I've got to put your face on. Lisa, hang on. Hang on. Oh, there you go. I got a spotlight. There you are. All right, girl. I'm going to pull up your person and you go. Pull Michelle up.
Okay. Just let me know.
Go ahead and start.
Okay. Okay, y'all. I am so excited to introduce this next guest trainer. Y'all, she is a go-getter. She's a get it done, no excuses kind of gal. And I'm talking about Michelle Barnett. She lives in Tyler, Texas with her husband, Brian, and her daughter, Brooklyn. She got her degree at Oklahoma State University and started her career in advertising and marketing. Just in 3.5 years into her career, she was introduced to the Juice Plus company and her life has never been the same. Her passion for wellness led to her becoming a health coach, and she is now an executive marketing director. Girl, listen to this, y'all. Michelle has been a main stage speaker at 3, not 1, but 3 National Juice Plus conferences. She's trained at boot camps and regionals across the country. Michelle has been nominated for 12 Club, 24 Club, 39 Club Member of the Year. She loves being a mom, traveling, teaching spin class, being outside, and inspiring other mamas to incorporate the Juice Plus products and mission into their lives. A fun fact about Michelle, and I laughed when I read this, she backpacked solo through Scandinavia. Brave, can you say brave? And everybody that she met thought that she was from there until she started speaking. And you'll know because she's got the blonde. So anyway, Michelle, take it away.
All right, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Well, hi, PJ Regional. I am so honored to be here with you guys today. It's been an incredible day so far, and I'm just so thankful for this event. I'm excited to talk to you about something that has re-engaged our teams, created momentum and results. And that thing is consistency. Shani talked about it last night as one of the pillars for creating your dream life. And we hear this word a lot in our business. We want to be consistent. We want our team to be consistent. Yet so often our best efforts just flop, right? Why is that? And what can we do about that? So today we're going to spend a few minutes just discussing that. And ultimately, my hope is to give you a roadmap that you can use to create momentum for yourself and your team. Sound good? All right. So a few months ago, I was introduced to a book that changed my understanding of how to work with the majority of my team. That book is called The Consistency Chain for Network Marketers. You're gonna wanna write that down, grab a copy, The Consistency Chain for Network Marketers. Shout out to my sideline, Michaela Peterson, for introducing this book to me. This book was written by 2 guys. One was a 20%er in network marketing, and the other was an 80%er in network marketing. And together, they paint a revealing picture of the natural dynamic that's happening within our teams. So my teammate, Jenny Cajotas, and I figured out a way to put this information into action, and it's working. So here we are. Let's dive into how we can use consistency to create momentum for our teams and ourselves. So you've probably heard of the 80-20 rule, right? You've used it, you've said it, we hear it thrown out all the time, but you may not know that it's actually called the Pareto principle, and it's named after the esteemed economist, Vilfredo Pareto. Say that 5 times fast. And it specifies that 80% of consequences come from 20% of causes. So I'm going to give you some examples because that's kind of lofty wording. 20% of your team will produce 80% of results. 20% of social media posts will generate 80% of the traffic. 80% of complaints will come from 20 customers, 20% of the customers, right? So those make sense. Those are, we see those in our lives, in our business. Most people on our teams are the 80%ers. These are people who come into our business looking to make $0 to $500 a month. These people want and need instant gratification. And working on big goals sounds really exciting, and they get jazzed up, but they get easily overwhelmed or distracted or lose sight of the big goal quickly because the reward is just too far away. Typically, this would be partners through sales coordinators. And I guess that many leaders were once 80%ers in their business, and some maybe still are, and that's completely okay. And the book talks about the 80%ers having an ESP mindset. Now, they can't read minds, but it's easy, safe, and pleasurable. So when you're talking to the 80%, remember, they want easy, safe, and pleasurable. And there are very few 20%ers. The people who are motivated by big goals and can stick diligently to the plan, that includes the delayed gratification. Most of us have areas in our lives where we're 80%ers. I want you to pause and think, what's an area in my life where I'm an 80%er? It could be the business. For me, it's working out. I don't get to the gym nearly as often as I plan to get to the gym, but I'm a 20%er with nutrition. Eating healthy consistently every day is not the struggle for me. So kind of think about that. There's going to be areas in your life where you're one or the other. I want you to think about your business now. Are you an 80%er? Someone who surges and falls off, someone who has maybe great intentions, but the follow through isn't there. Someone who might have big goals, but the little life stuff or the big life stuff gets in the way. Or are you a 20%er? Someone who has figured out how to prioritize your business, even in the messiness of life. Someone who is very goal driven or achievement driven and will reach the goal no matter the cost. And let me be clear, neither of these is bad or wrong. It's really not a good, bad thing. It's just an either or. The key is to understanding which you are and the areas that you want to make progress, and then knowing how to work within that for how you operate for maximum success. So let me ask you guys a question. Have you ever said to yourself, I'll do it tomorrow? Have you ever said that? Maybe there's something you need to do for your business, but you're tired, kids are screaming for food, and you just say, I'll do that tomorrow. I'll make that reel tomorrow. I'll do that post tomorrow. I know I do this, and I catch myself doing this. This is what the authors refer to as the big lie. This tops the list of reasons for the 80%ers failures. For 80%ers, tomorrow is where dreams go to die. I'm going to say that again. Tomorrow is where dreams go to die. The concept of tomorrow is the single biggest stumbling block to consistency. It allows the 80% to accept failure in a way that seems acceptable. It's very easy to say, I'll do that tomorrow, instead of saying, I'm never going to do that, right? that strikes a different chord. But tomorrow is that ever receding mirage. Tomorrow is the day when we finally have all the necessary time, money, support, and courage. And guess what, guys? It never arrives. It's always the next day. It's always the next week. So the key to success for the 80%, and really all of us, is just do the thing today. Don't worry about tomorrow. Make the call, send the message, invite her to the business, or whatever it is you hear your mind telling you that you're going to do tomorrow. One of the things I struggle with working with my team and my team members is people who don't participate or finish challenges and contests that we do. But this helped me understand that for the inconsistency inclined teammates, 60 days, 90 days can seem like an eternity for them, or maybe for you. They simply don't believe they can perform a challenging action consistently for that period of time. And because they don't believe, they don't participate. So what do? We help them or ourselves focus on that one thing. It has to be believable. It has to be about today. And we have to find a way to celebrate each small victory. When 80%ers focus on what they are doing just today, overwhelm loses its power. And I think that's what we all want in our lives, in our business. And instead of feeling like a failure, they get an instant win for the day. The book also talks about the 80% needing to set ER goals instead of traditional goals. We know that 80% don't do well with traditional goal setting. If you tell them they need to lose 30 pounds in 6 months, they're out. If you tell them they need to do X, Y, Z to reach sales coordinator in 6 months, they're out. They self-sabotage before they even begin. It's just too big of a time frame, too many moving parts, and they just don't believe that they can do it. But what they can do is move the ball forward today. So what are ER goals? ER goals are typically goals that end in ER. Simple, right? Or a goal that focuses on progress versus a defined destination. So here are some examples. You can eat healthier today. You can focus your fitness goal on becoming stronger today. You can focus on becoming a better partner today or a better leader. With ER goals, each day is that milestone of progress that you celebrate. So you might be thinking, well, yeah, Michelle, that all sounds good, but how can I motivate my team, or let's be real, myself, to do these things? Well, first we have to start with understanding the motivation, that motivation is what motivation is, and define its inherent limitations. Motivation is just a feeling, right? It's just like any other mental state. It's temporary, it's fragile, it's subject to the whims and wills of the world. And we've all witnessed that person who was absolutely unstoppable, right? Until they stop. So what happened to that person? Well, life happened. A person said no, a distributor quit, a prospect declined to join, the kid ate the dog's homework, like something happened. One after another, things happened. Some good, some bad, some tragic, some exciting. Event after event occurs, each having an impact on how we feel and our level of motivation. And for the 80%, depersonalizing these life events takes tremendous mental discipline. For an 80%er, it's really naive to believe that a positive motivational state can survive the barrage of assaults from the world. So I have a little example for you. Imagine carrying a spoon with an egg on it. You guys probably did this as a kid, and trying not to drop it. It requires constant attention, controlled movement, and steady hands. Now I want you to imagine the same challenge, carrying the same spoon with the egg on it on a roller coaster. That is, makes me laugh. That is the 80%er's impossible task of trying to hold on to that motivated feeling when facing all these attacks from the world. Motivation simply can't be trusted or sustained. So let's talk about something that can be. Momentum. Momentum, on the other hand, is a force that generates its own motivation. Momentum is a freight train. Do you know how hard it is to stop a freight train? It takes miles. It's literally much easier to keep going than it is to stop. The cause and effect of momentum is easy to understand, but again, the payoff is delayed. It requires time and unbroken action. It requires consistency. Momentum is simply the accumulated mass of consistent, purposeful action. Say that again. Momentum is the accumulated mass of consistent, focused, purposeful action. And however long it takes to develop momentum, it's so worth it. Momentum protects you from the barrage of thoughts and circumstances that want to derail you. It's your mental bodyguard. It's your blinders to keep you focused on your activity. For the 80%, we have to focus on that daily action, the daily win, and take the focus off the bigger picture. Of course, the magic happens when we string the daily action together consistently, and we're going to get to that. But the change in perspective and focused on doing something today is where everything shifts. So what is the consistency chain? I'm sure you're all dying to know. It's a concept that they talk about in the book that Jerry Seinfeld figured out. So you young people may not know who that is, just Google it. But a young comic once asked him, "How do I get to be you?" And Seinfeld replied, "That's not the goal. It wasn't even my goal." Jerry told him, "I had one goal, and it was to be a better comic. I looked at all the things I could do to accomplish that goal, and I settled on one thing: writing jokes every single day." So I bought a calendar, and the first day I wrote jokes. I put an X on the calendar. The second day I wrote jokes, I put an X on the calendar. And here's the genius part about it. Most people would just see 2 X's on a calendar, but Jerry did not. He saw a chain of 2 links. And from that time forward, he had one very specific goal: don't break the chain. So let's dissect this. He had an ER goal. He set a direction to be a better comedian. He didn't have a complicated tracking system. He had a calendar and a pen. When faced with adversity and setbacks, he focused on his chain activity. He wrote jokes. This was his high yielding activity because writing jokes would produce massive results over time. And he achieved momentum that pushed him through the comedian ranks to an $800 million TV deal. Big stuff. So for our purposes, the consistency chain is simply creating the daily habit of having one new conversation a day. And just like Seinfeld, you focus on today. You have that one conversation, you put the X on the calendar, and you celebrate and don't break the chain. So let's get into the nitty-gritty of how it works. To do the consistency chain, all you need is a calendar and a pen, right? Old school. And a list of people to talk to. We use printacalendar.com for free, easy, duplicatable tracking system. You can Google any free calendar. And we create a group chat for our team who's doing the CCC, also known as Consistency Chain Challenge. We use Voxer, but you can use text, Facebook, whatever works for you guys. And the primary role of this group is accountability, encouragement, and celebrating that daily win. Most members will check in daily to report who they reached out to and to get celebrated. And for the 80%ers to execute daily, it needs to be easy, simple, pleasurable. So in addition to, an additional idea is that we created 30 messages per month that are centered around invites to learn about the product, the business, inviting to events, upselling current customers, or reaching back out to canceled customers. And we give these to our team we send directly to our team doing the CCC. We share this daily combo starter through a service called Project Broadcast. I pre-schedule my 30 days of messages so that my team can wake up every day with the 9 a.m. text on their phone that serves as a launch pad for their daily outreach. It's really just a simple reminder to do their one thing. They don't have to use this message. It's simply an idea that they can use. They can copy and paste, they can tweak however they want to do it. So if you're thinking like, Michelle, I can't come up with 30 messages, I'm brand new. Well, you don't have to. I use several ideas from the Freedom Revolution that Casey talked about, and I get people on my team to contribute their message ideas each month as well. You can partner with your sideline, your upline. You can recycle messages every few months. And the part of this part is completely optional. You can do the consistency chain without these daily messages because it's simply having one new outreach a day. And you could, if you find a message you love, you could use that same message every single day to a new person. Also, I want to gift you guys a document that I have that has 30+ messages that you guys can use as a kickstart if you want to do the consistency chain challenge. So I'm going to post that in the Facebook group for y'all. Another option that we implement in our consistency chain group is called Chain Grace. The goal of the chain is to give our teammates consistent and success and wins. And we know that life happens. Some things you plan for, like vacations, and I don't want to be messaging people on my vacation, or you don't plan for, like sickness. So we choose to give our team a 2-day grace period to catch up on the combos they missed, and we still count it as their chain is complete at the end of the month. And after a few weeks, honestly, you're not going to want to break your chain because momentum has arrived. The results start trickling in. We also choose to have our team pay $10 to be a part of the monthly challenge. We feel like having an investment is helpful in creating that action and that momentum. And at the end of the month, if they finish their chain, we give them $20 back. So they get a little something for finishing their chain. We also let new partners join for free their first month that they do the consistency chain challenge. And remember, this kind of pay reward system is totally optional. So let's get to what everyone wants to know. Is it working? And the answer is a resounding yes. We started our first month in March, and our teammates were adding, who were doing it, we're adding new orders, new partners, and we just finished our 5th month with similar results. The people who are doing the chain daily are the ones getting new customers and partners, are in the top contributors to our team's numbers. And our overall team orders and partners have continued to increase each month. And so we love it, it's working, and we're excited to share it with you. And what I love is that the momentum that comes with the consistency chain, the results trickle in for months. If you have a conversation in March, someone might order in May, and it's really cool to kind of track that progress. So I want to share what one of my teammates had to say after her first 2 months. She said, what I love about the consistency chain is it's really just one simple thing you can do for your business every day. It reminds me of the simplicity of our product and the saying of one simple change. Starting one combo every day has been so awesome for my pipeline because I have over 60 conversations going. If you had told me I needed to start 60 conversations, I would have gotten overwhelmed and not done it. Something about one a day is just so feasible. I've had 2 new teammates and 9 new orders so far, and so much goodness is still in the works too. I love that. I can't agree more. I can't recall before these challenges the last time I had 60 conversations in 2 months. It's been powerful for me as a leader who's been in the business 11 years to get refocused on that simple daily business building activity. I also love that this challenge has a built-in follow-up tool. This is one of my calendars. It's not very pretty, but you know, get the picture. These tracking calendars make it so easy for you to follow up with people. I use these calendars to write their name, write what I talked to them about, an event or a product. I do check marks if they order. I do yes, no if they say no or not yet. And it's something about this, it's just so simple to look over this and be able to resume those conversations and be like, oh, I talked to her about her kids' vitamins and what she's wanting to replace them with. Like, you can simply just look it over and, you know, have those conversations. And it's been really helpful. And I can look back over 5 months of these calendars and see if I missed anyone, or go back to people a couple months later and see if now is a better time. So helpful. So now that you guys know like what the consistency chain is, how to do it, and why, my last question for you is simply, are you ready to start your consistency chain? Okay, thank you guys. Love being here.
Yes, 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 girl. And I can say this, and we've got a lot of team here, that we followed what Michelle did, and we've been doing it since April or May, and it works. It totally works. The people that actually do it get results, and I'm telling you, it's amazing. So I hope you guys took notes. Thank you so much, Michelle. What value you just added to us. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my love. All right, y'all. So we are going to move right on to our very next speakers, and that is going to be Lisa and Craig Radici. They're going to share their amazing story. Yes, I always say there's a training in every story. So let me get you unmuted. Here we go. You got it? You got it? All right, guys, take it away.
Hi. Thank you so much for having us share our story here. We both love our products, our company, and our community so much. It's all been such a gift to our family for over 16 years. We're really excited to share with you, as well as share more about Craig's journey from supportive spouse to now active partner, and how we work together as a couple in this business.
Well, it all started one day when Lisa came home from her work as a guidance counselor, super excited. She had found fruits and vegetables in a capsule, lots of research, and we were all going to be super healthy. She's always had a passion for healthy eating, and since I always eat what she tells me to eat, I was super excited too.
So I asked Fred, what do you think about me being a partner? I think I know people who are going to want this too. It's real food with lots of research and free for kids when adults order. Free for kids when adults order. I started to make a list of people in my head, and I wanted to tell them. So when Craig learned how little it costs to become a partner, he said, absolutely, that's a no-brainer. Go back and sign up. Catch the lady before she leaves. Go back now.
Yep, and the reason I said that was because I suspected that this could be a great opportunity for our family. Now, I had previously read books like Multiple Streams of Income by Robert Allen, and various other books by Robert Kiyosaki and some other leaders. And I learned from many of the experts that the network marketing business model was a model that they all supported. Now, I had a good job in the land development industry at the time, and I was also interested in creating multiple streams of income because I wanted my family to have more financial freedom and options.
So I started sharing with the people around me, and I found that they were looking for simple, easy ways to get and stay as healthy as possible. Craig and I went to our first conference shortly after that, and it was there that we really caught the vision that this could be more than a hobby. And we started to ask, what if we could do that too? I began to share with even more people and started to grow a team. Craig was always super supportive and encouraging, and I really needed that. He would say, you're doing great, and keep going, honey. So by the end of the first year, after consistently hosting events, sharing with others, growing our team, we felt like we now had the option for me to become the stay-at-home mom I always wanted to be, and that was such a dream come true for us.
Yeah, then the real estate market crashed in 2007, and my job was eliminated. Now, I was pretty shocked, we both were, but we weren't too concerned right away because I'd always been able to find a job easily. However, after about 6 months of looking for another job and working some leads, but nothing materializing, I realized we might be in a little bit of trouble. The companies had closed or gone bankrupt, and my network of people in the industry had completely dried up. You know, I realized that I, in fact, not only lost my job, but it looks like I lost my entire career. Now, we spent the next year consuming our savings and retirement and losing money in our investments, and then we eventually lost our house. Wow. And it was a very hard time for me personally, especially because I had always prided myself on providing for my family. And I wanted to excel, give my family the best life possible. Now I was confronted with the realization that just might not happen.
It really was such a hard time, and though it ended up being used for so much good. Together we prayed for direction, and we realized that the people around us in the Juice Plus company were doing well. My own mentor was thriving, traveling the country with her family in an RV bus. So Craig and I made the decision that I would attend a conference that fall. We really couldn't afford it, and we decided for me to go anyway, because we also couldn't afford not to. It was at that conference that we really made the decision to treat this business like a business instead of a hobby, and that we were going to take it to the top of the company no matter how much time that took. Treating this like a business meant carving out time to take action. I was homeschooling our 3 children at the time, and I set aside time each day to do the DMO activities. Craig was working another job, being supportive and being my cheerleader, and helping out around the house.
Right, I tried to free her up as much as possible in her time and her energy so that she could talk to people on the phone and coach her growing team and also host and attend the events. The kids and I helped clean the house. I started to take on more things to free her up, including the laundry. I considered it short-term sacrifice for long-term gain because I had a vision for what this could be for our family.
One lucky
and it was worth it.
Yeah, right.
Over the next couple of years, we shared our products, built team, and helped partners advance, and I achieved the top position of NMD in 2011. Reaching this position gave our family so many options and choices that we didn't have before. We have been able to give more, go more, do more, to say yes more often, and make choices that improve our lives and other people's lives. Since making NMD, we simply continued to do our DMO, consistently sharing and growing our team, and eventually Craig joined our business full time. He achieved the position of NMD in 2019. This was an exciting transition for our family, and it has been a huge gift to have him home with our kids for years. He went from supporter and cheerleader to active partner and leader.
Right, now we'd like to take a couple minutes to share how we work together as a couple. Now, my background in project management, so I think like a project manager. Now, I think of our Juice Plus business along with our family life as one entity, since they're so intertwined, at least to some extent. It's really no different than managing your own lives now with whatever you do to earn money. We look at all the tasks together and consider what each of us is good at. For us, Lisa and I are total opposites. And there are many things that she's good at that I'm not good at. And there's other things that I'm good at that she's not. We then work in those unique strengths and do the necessary tasks accordingly.
For example, here's how we use our individual strengths. Craig loves the tarot gardens. He's taken over ours and he does such a good job at it. He also shares them with people. He makes posts and videos about them. He talks to people about them, and he gets more tarot garden orders than I do. He also manages everything in our life and business that involves computers and technology, because that is not my thing. He still does the laundry too, and he's better at it than me. He loves drawing from his business experience and talking to people about the unique benefits of our business and the value of multiple streams of income.
Right. Lisa loves to have conversations with people. She's a great listener. She cares about people and she loves to help them. She's a great coach and mentor and leader. She loves sharing about all our products and inviting others to partner. And she likes to encourage people and help them grow into their fullest potential. And she loves doing Zooms and presentations and talking in front of the room, which is not my
So it'll look different for every couple. The main advice that we would have for couples wanting to work together is to assess your individual strengths, work in your unique strengths, communicate, and share the life workload. It's actually so much fun and enjoyable to get to do our business and life together. We've always wanted a family business, and this one offers so much freedom and flexibility as well as earning potential.
We believe this is a huge gift, and we love to share it with others because we know that our future is exciting and we have a lot to look forward to. And we want that for others too. As you can see, we love what we do, and we plan on doing this not until we retire, but for the rest of our lives.
Right, because you don't retire from your passion. This business has been a gift in every season of life, from the time our kids were toddlers to school age to teenagers, and soon we'll be empty nesters in the next couple of years.
And we're excited about our future. In fact, we're super excited to be picking up our new RV motorhome this coming week.
Yes, so maybe we'll be able to meet some of you as we travel the country over the next few years. There's so much to look forward to. As our friend Ron Watkins has said for years, the best is yet to come.
Oh my gosh, y'all are so awesome. We're seeing power couple, great couple. You guys are amazing and you work so, listen, it's not easy to sit next to your spouse and to go back and forth like that without one talking over the other. So you guys still work as a team, and beautiful, beautiful team that you are. So thank you so much for sharing. I really appreciate you guys. All right, we are going to move right to our next opening speaker, which is going to be Rachel Smart is going to introduce Miss Wanda, and I'm going to find her on. So Rachel, you are unmuted and spotlighted, and I'll pull Wanda up next to you if you want to go ahead and get started.
I spoke to her.
My folks here.
Distributors that I
There
have.
we go. Okay, well, this is gonna be, this is so much fun. We can go on all day long.
Ridiculous.
I
They
get
charge
tired
like
of all this
500
work.
on her team.
So
Okay, we have
next one is
160.
gonna be
something like that.
amazing. Dr. Wanda Chadwick.
She had like,
I met her years ago. and
1,000,
She's
and
a
I was
wife
like,
and a
oh
mother
my
of two
God.
teenager boys
That's
with over
because
25 years of experience with the natural health field and the wellness industry. And I met her doing the Brave program, and hearing her extensive background is that she had her Bachelor of Science. She got it from the St. John's University in New York, and she studied for 4 years of Oriental medicine, so acupuncture, herbal medicine, ideology. And she started with her Juice Plus business 21 years ago. And she became a national marketing director when she started, working, sharing Juice Plus in the Tower Gardens. And she shared the Tower Gardens 13 years ago. And she opened up the Tower Gardens to Puerto Rico, which was amazing. And that's where Puerto Rico was where her family, her parents live. And she has since then become the very first Latino to earn the position of presidential marketing director, 100 Club, stellar position in our top position of our company. One thing I love about Dr. Chadwick is she is a woman of faith, loves building entrepreneurial leadership and helps others believe in their wildest dreams. And we always give fun facts here. I'm going to give you one on Wanda, is that she climbed the Great Wall of China. It was very unique. Not everybody gets to do that. And while doing a 3-month residency and an internship in acupuncture school, she not only got her degree, but she met her husband and met an acupuncture school. So she earned her MRS degree in acupuncture as well. So I'm going to turn the time over to you, Dr. Wanda, and do a great job.
Yay, thank you. Hola, hola. Buenas tardes a todos. ¿Cómo están? Aquí tengo mi equipo. My team is here. I am so excited to be in the presence of all of you wonderful and amazing speakers. This has been an amazing day. I have learned so much, and I feel honored and exceptionally blessed to be here. So I want to say to the Pajama Regional Committee, thank you for giving me this opportunity. So today I'm going to bring some information that will bless all of you with your Juice Plus business regarding the Latino community. But first, I want to tell you a little bit about me and what brought me to Juice Plus. 22 years ago, I had the desire to have children, to become a mom, but stay home and raise my own children. I heard about Juice Plus at a breakfast meeting where I was promoting my acupuncture and nutrition clinic, and someone spoke about the power behind fruits and vegetables and Juice Plus. And I was like, that sounds really good. And it took me a while, but I did order the Juice Plus, but I have to confess, you guys, I was not immediately consistent until my husband and I read the extensive research studies and we heard the doctors on the videos. It's actually the VHS. 22 years ago, it was the VHS. And reading the research and watching the VHS was really important to us because we're acupuncture physicians and nutritionists, and we were searching for answers. I had 3 miscarriages after marriage, 3 years in a row. And during that time, I went to see Dr. Mitra Ray speak. She came to present to South Florida in Fort Lauderdale, and she suggested a lifestyle change, adding more fruits and vegetables, more exercise, and adding Juice Plus. And she also suggested that I do the same thing for my husband. With all of these changes and with lots of prayers, our first son was born exactly a year later. This is when I said, and my husband and I were talking, and we said, we have something here that everyone needs to know about. We have something at the palm of our hands that could potentially help lots of people. And in our hearts, especially being healthcare practitioners, we knew that it would be immoral to not share what we had found with Juice Plus. This was the start of my Juice Plus journey. Juice Plus created more options for us. The addition of a supplemental income stream, that was helping me. And it provided me with the opportunity to stay home with my baby and build my Juice Plus business from there. Now I'm going to tell you a story of about 20 years ago with Jay Martin. I don't know if he's listening or if he'll remember this, but 20 years ago at conference, I went to conference and I met Jay Martin and I asked him, Jay, where are my Latino people? Where are my people? I was looking out into the audience. Where are my people? And if you know Jay, he looked out into the audience with this comical manner and said, I don't know, go get them. And that's exactly what I did. I found mi gente. I found my tribe of Latinos. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. How to attract the Hispanic Latino market. Listen, y'all, the Latino market is huge. It is exploding. So according to our CEO, Stuart, our new CEO, we all heard her speak this morning, by the year 2025, our Juice Plus company will double. But here's another piece of information. By the year 2044, we Latinos will be the #1 new majority with a huge buying power. One contributor to the Juice Plus company's growth will be the United States Hispanic market, which represents a large untapped opportunity, with the exception of my tribe, because I've already started an entire community and I've developed Latinos within the Juice Plus community. But the Hispanic market is basically untapped. So here's the real question. How do you tap into the Latino community, and how do you build a Hispanic team when you don't speak the language? Non-Spanish speaking people, they see the Latino market and they see our success and they want to participate, which is great, which is wonderful. Us Latinos, we're trending now, but they don't speak the language. So there's a couple of nuggets that I want to share. First and foremost, you have to start with someone that is bilingual. You're just going to have to find someone that's bilingual to start off and to develop and to grow your Hispanic team. Many times people reach out to non-English speaking people, but they can't effectively speak to them to even put them on their memory jogger and make them and put them on their prospect list. So how are you going to develop a Hispanic team? Here's the answer. Reach out to people who are bilingual first, so you can at least start developing your Hispanic team. Now, there's a huge segment of the population that have been born and raised in the Spanish culture, yet they can speak and communicate in English. That's me. That's exactly me. I'm what you call an acculturated Latina, which means that I live in both cultures, where I have 2 languages, 2 cultures, but yet I fit into both worlds. According to the 2019 US Census, there are 60.5 million Hispanics living in the United States right now. So here's the question, what are we gonna do about that? These are millions of multicultural Latino Americans in the US right now, you guys. We account for 18% of the United States population. So are there enough Latinos to tap into? Absolutely. But you must look for someone who is acculturated first to lead you into growing a Hispanic team. The second nugget, you're looking for leaders. You're looking for someone that already has some leadership skills, or they have an entrepreneurial mindset. People like real estate agents, small business owners, hairdressers, bodega owners, people that are in sales, people that have connections within their community or within their own church. Latinos are outgoing and we're fun and we know lots of people. So you're looking for someone that has that chispa. Even if they appear to be quiet, they can have that chispa, that spark. So here are some more statistics. This is an important statistic. The total number of Anglo-owned businesses shrunk by 5% in the last several years. However, the number of Latino-owned businesses increased by 46%. That's a huge percentage of Latinos that are business-minded and they want to prosper. So the market is open and it's ready for everyone to prospect as Hispanics or Latinos. I'm going to give you a game plan and some strategy. You have to share your business with enough people that are acculturated, that are bilingual, until you find that person that has the eye of the tiger. That's who you're looking for. Somebody that is hungry for more and they're willing to do something about it. They're willing to do whatever it takes to be successful in this country. So Latinos that are born both in the United States, like myself, and Latinos that are born in other countries, We're looking and they're looking for something better. We are hard workers, you guys. We want better for ourselves. If given the chance and presented with the right opportunity, we're going to soar. We'll go to work if, this is a big if you're showing value by accepting our acculturation, which means that you appreciate and you love that we do have two cultures, that we do have two languages, that we do have a different background. Even within the Latino community, there are different backgrounds because there are different countries. And people come from different countries. There's South America, Latin America, Central America. También, otra cosita, if you show us profit of being on your team, it's your job to show Latinos the profit, how they will benefit in being on your team. You give them of your time, you pour into them, you show them, you give them your membership, your mentorship, and we're in. We're gonna be in if it's going to benefit us. So I want you to think of acculturated Latinos as your ambassadors. Your ambassadors between cultures and communities. Then you can use our language skills to build your team with non-English speaking Latinos. So you may be asking, but who is our target market? Well, one market are the Latinos that have been working for a while and they're not getting to their dreams and their goals how they had hoped for. Their dreams of coming to America, whether they're first generation or third generation in our country, Latinos who are business minded or well educated in their own countries have bigger dreams. Let me give you an example of that. You can find someone here in the United States that are doctors from Venezuela or engineers from Cuba, but they can't be a doctor or an engineer here in the United States right now. Those are ideal prospects. Those are the people that we're looking for. This is a hot button for Latinos. You've got to understand the Latino mindset. Lots of Latinos come to this country for the American dream. Part of that American dream is financial freedom, you guys. Home ownership, education. Talk to Latinos about their dreams, why they live in this country, get to their heart. Help Latinos obtain additional supplemental income that'll help them with their dreams of owning a home, of sending their kids to college in this country. Show Latinos how you can provide them with the opportunity that they were looking for when they came to the United States. People literally risk their lives to come to this country because they believe that this is the land of opportunity. So let's show my Latinos our opportunity. We have an amazing opportunity with the Juice Plus company. Show my Latinos how they can accomplish great things by sharing our mission of inspiring healthy living with their friends and their family so that they can all grow together. Some of the Latinos that live in the United States, they realize that it's a lot of work to prosper, and it's not necessarily as easy as they thought it would be to get ahead. We are the solution, you guys. The Juice Plus company, I believe, is the solution. We are the vehicle that Latinos are looking for. I'm going to give you another hot button. Another hot button is we love our family. We love our children. We love our mamas. Show Latinos how you can help them with their families. In our culture, it's expected that we're going to take care of our parents later on. Our children stay home past 18 or past 21. We don't throw our children out. It's not because they're 18 they have to leave. We keep them at home. This can be a challenge because many Latinos are not moving ahead at the rate that they had hoped for because of this responsibility. Again, with our business opportunity, Latinos really could do what they came to this country to do, which is live a better life in freedom with peace of mind and with additional supplemental income. Find Latinos that fall in love with our opportunity and with our product. But it's gonna take a lot of education to get them there. A lot of us Latinos are stuck in our mindset and the way we're gonna eat, and that's the way we're gonna eat, and punto, that's it, we're not moving. So it's gonna take a lot of education, but I'll tell you this, once there, once well educated, the Latino community will work a little extra hard with good work ethics. When we get it and we love it, we can outwork just about anyone. When we're hungry for more, when we have a goal, we will do things that most people consider crazy. For example, when we're all in, we're talking about it nonstop, everywhere we go. We will do presentations at 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't matter to us if we're all in. We will share the business on holidays, at weddings, at Christmas parties, at New Year's. It doesn't matter. When we have a dream in our heart, we are willing to go for it and we go all out. Now, your job is to understand who we are as Latinos, why we're here, and what we want to achieve. Always begin with empathy for anyone, Latinos or not. We always begin with empathy, and we always have the idea of solving their challenges. Solving their challenges. You're here in this country. What is it that you want to accomplish? Now I want to talk about some characteristics of Latinos. It is very, very important to keep in mind that Latinos are clearly a different market in terms of interest and priorities. I'm going to give you an example. In the year 2014, T-Mobile and Univision, which is a Spanish television station, they decided to target Latinos with a new non-contract mobile service. Okay. The company basically launched a service specifically for the Hispanic American living within the United States. They offered unlimited texting and free calls to specific countries in Latin America. It may sound like a basic example, but this company knew how to put itself in the shoes of their target clients. Knowing Latinos' priorities and their personal situations, that's what catapulted T-Mobile. T-Mobile decided to adapt to the Latino market, and it led them to success by doing that. Now let's talk about reaching young Latinos and Latinos on digital devices. That's a big one. 88% of digital using Latinos, they pay attention to online ads that include aspects of their culture. I suggest that you all do your research. Research every single country that you're planning to target. There are different countries in the Latin community. We're not all one country. We're not all Puerto Ricans. We're not all Mexicans. There are different countries. So you have to research and study each country that you're planning to target. Learn the culture and learn the interests. When it comes to the digital world and to social media, Latino millennials are 66% more likely to connect through their cell phones. There's a reason for this, why millennials are doing that. They are more likely to be in constant communication with their families and with people within other parts of the world. This is what we call multiculturalism within the acculturated generation. So multicultures within the acculturated generation, that's the generation like me. Okay, we belong to two worlds, we have two languages, we have different tastes, different interests, different priorities. Young Latinos are savvy. So let's go back to young Latinos. Young Latinos are savvy and they're quick. And they belong to both worlds. So use that to your advantage. They are bicultural and they are acculturated. Those are the people that you're looking for. Use marketing that is based on human connections. That's one thing about us Latinos. We're all about love. We're all about hugs. We're all about loving on each other. Have a heart connection, a human connection on a heart level, which Latinos, we value that very, very deeply. Being authentic and genuine with us is what we're looking for. It's what we're going to accept, and it becomes very important. We're going to look at you and see, are you accepting of us? Are you accepting that we have 2 cultures and 2 languages? Are you loving us because of that? So that's a huge tip that I just gave you. Let's talk about Spanglish. What about using Spanglish? Is that acceptable? I don't know if you guys know what Spanglish is, but it's a hybrid language combining words and idioms from both Spanish and English. I'm going to give you an example of Spanglish. Cógelo con take it easy. Cógelo con take it easy, which in English means don't worry. I love the incredible enrichment that we bring as Hispanics. Now, seeing ads where English and Spanish languages are mixed generates a feeling of being at home. I love seeing that. Even more so when a typical Spanglish phrase is used, this is where your acculturated partners come in. They can help with those phrases and with that comfort zone to grab us, to grab the heart of the acculturated Latino that was born and raised in this country. Another thing is that targeting Latinos requires more than just adding a Spanish word to your Instagram. Focus on the individual behind the Latino label, as well as the specific culture of the demographic that you're targeting. It becomes easy to prospect Latinos and turn them into customers if you're concentrating on the Latino himself, their heart, their desires, what they want from being in America. You're going to attract Latinos if you're into them, not just because you want to get Latinos because we're trending now. No, because you're loving on them, because we're different and we bring a culture and we bring food and we bring dance. Then and only then will you be able to prospect Latinos, turn them into customers, bring them onto your team, and build that long-term relationship. Here's something that's important also. Us Latinos, we are very loyal to brands that effectively engage us and demonstrate a commitment to the issues that us Latinos care about. So we're loyal. I'll give you an example. When I took Juice Plus to Puerto Rico, I had to transcreate our company's message into Spanish. What does that mean? That means that the message that I delivered had relevant words and relevant ideas that resonated with my people in Puerto Rico. This related the message that Puerto Rican traditions and cultures, that it does matter to me. I was embracing the traditions and the cultures of the island. I believe that we have reached a point within our Juice Plus business that we are in need of Spanish language leadership and training seminars, not just in language, like switching the language, not just that, but adapt it to our cultures. Training presented and led by Latinos who understand the motivational component of the Latino psyche. This is why there's a need to find and to develop Latino leaders like me. Because our culture is different, there's another example that I can use. Hispanic taste and color palettes, they're different. So our social media campaigns should be culturally tailored to appeal to the Hispanic taste. Respect the Hispanic culture in marketing by appealing to Hispanic sensibilities. Marketing strategies should emphasize our traditional Hispanic cultural values and our traditional foods, our family, our holidays. Know the various dialects and the idioms within a specific region. Keep your customers engaged by learning your customer. They're going to be very impressed. I get impressed when people know my culture, when people know something about Puerto Rico, when people know who I am and how I think as a Latina. So, but why is it so important to target the Hispanic market? Hispanics in the United States, we have experienced the second largest growth in the last 25 years. We are now the nation's second largest consumer market at more than $1 trillion of combined purchasing power. That's a lot. So are we needed? Absolutely. And in ending, Hispanic growth is an exciting business opportunity, you guys, for everyone in our company. So as we work to equip non-Hispanic leaders with the tools, with the confidence, and with the support to reach the Hispanic market, our goal is to have a truly multicultural and integrated Juice Plus company with an opportunity for all. I'm here to serve you, Wanda Chadwick.
And we'll call on you, lovely.
Wanda, rocket. I'm telling you, I don't know if you've had a chance to pick any of the comments. People are learning. Like I said earlier, I feel like such a big sponge today. And you guys, this is why we're doing this. We have to learn. We've got to be able to meet the needs of our audience, the people that we're talking to. So Wanda, thank you so much for enlightening us, helping us to understand better insight. When we know better, we do better, right? So
that's right.
Thank you so very much. It's an honor to have you on today. Thank you for your time. Enjoy time with your team. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, big hugs. Okay, you guys, how much fun are we having today? I'm so stinking excited. So Terrence, you ready? Terrence, you ready? Because I am gonna bring you up, my friends. All right, here he is. Wait, what happened? Oh, I thought I did something wrong. Listen, I brought your picture up and everybody was like, yeah. I thought I did something wrong, you guys. All right, Terrence, would you please inspire us? I can't wait for you to share your story.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good. Go for it.
Excellent. I am super excited to be speaking on this amazing platform. And yeah, thank you, Courtney, for allowing me to do this. And you were definitely instrumental in helping me do this. So thank you so much. But my Juice Plus story started back in 2003. I've been in it for a little while. And at the time, I was a in-home personal trainer. And just 3 years earlier, I had actually owned my own studio, big 3,500 square foot studio, because this was my dream. I knew that when I graduated from college, I was gonna open up a studio and start doing my thing as a personal trainer in XYZ. But just a short year later, that studio ended up closing. And so at the time, I was literally rebuilding my business from the ground up. So, and this is when I met Presidential Marketing Director Karen Fowler, and she introduced me to Juice Plus. And for me, it was a no-brainer because good nutrition was always important to me, and the product made sense right away. So when she explained how the business worked, it made perfect sense. So that was the easy part. So the first thing that I loved about Juice Plus was that it had a narrow product focus. For me, I had already grown up around the network marketing and the direct sales industry. So the fact that we had one product and it wasn't a bunch of different things to take me out of focus, that was extremely attractive to me. So at the time, my biggest financial struggle was being able to generate consistent income. You know, as a personal trainer and a health coach, I was only getting paid when I saw clients. And at the time, my business was very seasonal, so things got tough at certain times during the year. And when I started the business, I reached sales coordinator very quickly. And I did this as a result of doing events and attracting customers from my existing clients. And what I've learned is that if I can get new partners to lock arms with me during the first 30 days, this is when I can help them become successful as well. So between events and really tapping into my existing network, I was able to reach sales coordinator and get that stability and income that I was looking for through the business. So since then, I have been able to earn a steady and consistent income by having a qualified business of 25 to 30 customers. And my goal is to reach national marketing director. And I want to do this, essentially for two reasons. And the first reason is freedom. I watched my dad struggle a lot as we grew up, and it affected me, and it affected his health. And this is something that I knew that I didn't want to happen, and this is something that I just didn't want to have. So be able to have the freedom to have choices and to break the cycle that my family was in was a huge driver, and it is still a huge driver for me. So, and then just it comes back to legacy. It's about me showing my daughter, my 12-year-old daughter, that she can have options and to be able to create generational wealth and to be able to have the freedom to spend, those moments. Because at the end of the day, it's about making those moments and to be able to have the financial freedom to create long-lasting memories.
Parents.
Yes.
You know what? Did you finish? Are you at your end?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought so. Well, because I knew where you were in your talk. Listen, you guys, this is what I want to say about Terrence. Look at this man. Like I know we know a lot of men that are personal trainers. Oh, I love it. Come on, we don't know. Seriously, we know personal trainers out there. Like this is all about attraction. Terrence saw the vision and he took it. You're right. He's going to the top. He sees the vision. He's grabbing onto it. This should make you inspired to start writing down names. Terrence, you're inspiring. Your story is inspiring. And for those of you who don't know, every personal trainer has a dream at some point of owning their own fitness studio. He achieved it, but he realized, right, we need a little something more. We need that attainable, that rock, and this business can do that for us. So thank you. Thank you so much. What a blessing you are. All right, you guys, so let's rock and roll right over to our next segment. Hang on one second, you guys, just doing a little bit of backwards homework. Hang on. I love this. All right, you guys, we're going right into our next segment. I'm trying to keep moving. This is all about the summer blitz, you guys. In case you didn't know, we have a summer blitz going on. So this summer, our company has given us a gift, y'all. The gift of attracting and adding as many new partners as we want to with no startup fees. Now we know $52 is not a lot of money, no excuses, all the things. But this summer blitz has removed any barriers to saying yes to this business and this mission. So the next 3 women, boy, I'm telling you, they have figured this blitz out. They've utilized it and they have gone big. And we want you to hear a little bit about them, but also about what they're doing, their secrets to attract, build, and inspire. So the first thing I'm going to do is find Molly up here. Molly, I'm coming to you, girl. Coming right to you. You ready? You ready? There you are. All right, sweet friend. I'm adding the spotlight to you, unmuting you, taking me off, and it's all you, girl. Oh, wait, did I unmute you?
Does anybody know?
Did you get it? There you go. It's all you.
Hi, everybody. I'm so excited and humbled and happy to be here. My name is Molly Hahn. I'm the mother to an almost 2-year-old boy named Huxley. And we're just now starting to tell our family and friends that we have baby number 2 on the way. I'm a wife to my wonderful husband, Tim, and he and I run a CrossFit gym that we've had since 2010 here in Central Illinois. 6 years ago, I decided to sign up as a partner with Juice Plus to offset my own costs, but I also saw a potential business opportunity. At the time, I was a very competitive athlete trying to do everything I could to support my body and my health. I dabbled in sharing Juice Plus with people here and there, but I didn't get a fire lit under me until February of this year. I had a major surgery scheduled and I wanted to heal as quickly as I could. I watched the Juice Plus clinical study video about wisdom tooth surgery and I was blown away at the results of the study of those who took Juice Plus. So I decided 1 month prior to surgery and 1 month post-op that I was going to at least double up on Juice Plus. I saw so many incredible changes that I felt I needed to shout from the rooftops about Juice Plus. I realized that for the last 6 years, I had kept fairly quiet about Juice Plus, and it dawned on me that I could actually be doing a disservice to people. I could be holding back someone's healthy life from them. I could literally change someone's life by sharing Juice Plus with them. I added some customers and a couple partners in the next couple months after turning on the switch in my mind to fearlessly share. And then shortly after, that's when I learned of the Blitz. I was so excited for several reasons. First off, I could give people a way to offset their cost of the product. Second, the barrier to jumping into starting a business was completely removed. People had absolutely no reason to say no and every reason to take a chance. Third, this aligned with my ultimate goal, which is to share Juice Plus with as many people as possible. I can only touch so many people on my own, so being able to get a team of helpers was a dream come true. We can all link arms to help change lives. So far, with the amazing opportunity of the Blitz, I've been able to gain 24 frontline partners, and of those new partners, they have added 6 new partners underneath them. It's so great to see duplication already happening. Our team is up to 33 partners and counting with this opportunity of a lifetime. I've been so inspired by what's happened during this Blitz opportunity, and I would like to share some things that have worked for me. When I am talking to people, whether in person or even on social media, I look for the opportunity to weave it into conversation. The Blitz going on gives even more of a reason to bring it up to people. There's no minimums, there's no fees, there's nothing to lose, everything to gain. You could change someone's life by sharing this with them. Keep Juice Plus at the top of your mind and you'll find it easy to bring it into conversation with people. I keep Juice Plus at the top of my mind by tuning into as many calls as I can, listening to the recordings, checking out the studies, the videos, social media, on and on. This has made it easier for me to talk about Juice Plus with knowledge. Next, I let people know I am open for business. I'm not shy about letting people know that I'm all about health, fitness, wellness. They know that I'm a resource for anything related to those subjects. They know I'm a huge fan and proponent of Juice Plus. So anytime they have a question about it, they know they can come to me, which once again, creates more conversations. I make it a point to outwardly share inspiration, facts, tips, and more on my social media posts and stories, making people associate with me with healthy living. Third, I feel like it's my moral obligation, my passion, and my purpose to help people. Not only can I help people by getting them healthier, but they can jump on board and impact so many people with partnering with Juice Plus. Circling back to my story about having surgery, I had such an aha moment. I saw how powerful doubling and tripling up on Juice Plus for 9 weeks was for me, someone who's already decently healthy. So I had to stop and think, wow, what could this be doing for people who don't or can't or aren't taking care of themselves? The impact it could have is just so incredible to think about. So why hold back? I used to be afraid of sharing Juice Plus and sharing the business. I did not want to come across salesy. I didn't want people to be annoyed with me or think that it was just me being in it for the money. What eventually happened with me was that love started to override my fear. My love for helping others, my love for sharing great health, my love for inspiring healthy living, my love for life took over all those fears. To me, taking that chance of putting myself out there is so worth it if I can help someone. If I get 10 no's and 1 yes, that 1 yes makes it all worth it. I want to challenge you. I want you to let go of your fear. I want you to sit with the feelings of what it would be like to change someone's life, to help someone feel better, to help someone live better. That feeling makes everything worth it. Strip down that wall of fear and step into love. Love on your family, love on your friends, share it with them. You could be missing out on something so great if you let that fear rule you.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm gonna take away, don't mute yourself, hang on. I'm gonna take away all of your excuses out there, people. Molly, what position are you in the company?
Just a QSC, but
don't say just.
Big
You're a QSC. So a lot of people will hear all those partners, you're like, oh, she must be here, she must be. You are a QSC and you are building your business, girl. Way to go, and congratulations on your expected little one. Yay! Yay, 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 yay. All right, girlie, thank you so very much for joining us and all the work you did in this. All right, sweet one, I am gonna pull up our very next speaker. Hang on, let me add spotlight, and there is Kathy. Hang on, girl. I'm going to unmute you, girlfriend. All right, I think I got you. Did we unmute? Yes.
I mean,
all right,
I only got one
all
person.
you. Take it
I
away.
gotta get more.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Cassie. I'm so excited I got asked to do this, but also a little nervous. This has been a huge learning experience for me, just like getting out there and getting brave and talking and things like that. But I'm just going to jump right into it. My story with Juice Plus actually began when I was only 13 years old. I was a typical young teenager who was super self-conscious about my skin, and my best friend told me how Juice Plus could help. So of course, you know, my parents got me and my sister started on it immediately. And being so young with insecurities and worrying about my physical appearance is really only the beginning of what I later discovered a huge mental struggle that I came upon in my early 20s. I have always been a super determined person. I've gone after my goals with extreme discipline and passion, and I put my goals at top priority. I'm coachable and I stay focused. And being an athlete most of my life, I felt it was important to stay in good shape. But that idea of good shape was taken to the extreme when I was approached one day and told I should look into competing in figure competitions. So of course I saw this as a challenge, to which I more than gladly accepted. And my determination kicked in and my workouts became my focus. I prepped my meals accordingly and was a full-time student in the process at that time. I eventually became a prisoner in my own body, and I just felt super trapped. I loved the high of how I could control how my body looked. And for 4 years, I was judged on that. And after a serious rebound of eating regular food, I knew deep down that I was just absolutely wrecking myself. I was wrecking my body, my mental health. It just, you know, I hadn't had a period in over 2 years. I was told I had arthritis in my knees at 23. Going to the bathroom regularly was not a thing. My hair was thinning, and I missed out on so many things just because it didn't fit into my gym schedule, or, you know, I would go to family events and have my Tupperware food with me. Like, it was just, I missed out on a lot. And it was because I was worried about what I looked like on the outside. And so I felt defeated and I felt like a failure because in my mind, you know, I was giving up when I decided to stop competing. So I felt like I was giving up by not maintaining that single-digit body fat percentage, which we all know is not maintainable. So fast forward to when me and my husband decided to start, having a family. It was a bit of a shock when it took longer than we imagined. And after almost a year, I remembered my friend telling me about Juice Plus and how I could, flood my body with all this nutrition so easily, which in my mind made sense, not only because I was trying to get pregnant, but because I had spent so long worrying about creating this perfect physique that I had sort of abandoned my actual health for a long time. And I knew I had to be more caring on my inside, and adding Juice Plus back into my life was a simple way to do that. And I was scared I was never going to get pregnant, but eventually it did happen. And 2 precious little girls later, I knew I had to be the best role model I could be for them. They watch everything I do, from how I treat my body to how I look at it in the mirror. I see how they're standing behind me and they see me look in the mirror at myself. So they have truly become my life. And the true reason I just felt so moved to share this amazing company and mission. I felt guilty not doing it. So I work in the ER, very long shifts on the weekends, to where I'm basically away from both of my young children for 2 days straight. And while that doesn't seem like a lot, it's hard on not only my kids, who are used to being with me all the time, but also my husband, who spends his weeks outside doing construction. So our family time with all 4 of us together is very limited. So I decided to ask myself, what if, what if I could provide an income that could help us all spend more time together as a family? What if I could make a difference in other people's lives? And what if I could make it to the top? And more than anything, what if I could give my kids the childhood that me and my husband, both wanted for them so badly? Just a few months ago, my kids stayed with my sister-in-law over the weekend and told her that they were excited that it was a school day the next day, because that meant they got to see their mommy. And that absolutely wrecked my heart. It killed me to know that my kids were feeling that way. And my husband was like, yeah, it's sad, but a lot of kids have to deal with that. And I was like, well, what if they don't? And once I asked that question out loud, my husband saw that look of determination that he is so familiar with, and it was go time. So I went to work. And because of those what ifs, I put it all into action. I started utilizing Voxer, and I scheduled connection calls and took advantage of the Zooms that were offered to me. And I even led my own, which at the time terrified me. But I did it, and it actually went amazing. I surprised myself. So I surprised myself a lot in this process. And I held my first event a couple weeks ago, and I kept telling my upline, I was just like, I just don't think anybody's going to show up. I'm so nervous. And it turns out I had 18 people show up at my house. So that in itself just blew me away. And as I've learned through this process, the fortune is in the follow-up. And so I followed up like a beast. I followed up with those that showed up to my house, the ones that couldn't, and even the ones that I had forgotten about, because I feel like that always happens, right? And so to those, I reached back out to and invited them to other events, or, got them on connection calls. So I stayed coachable, and I worked on my story. And then when the Blitz became available, it was like the cherry on top. It was so much easier to give the 3 options of being a customer, being your own customer with friends and family, and then, painting this vision for an additional income. So it was great to have all those barriers and excuses removed by having the Come Join Us Blitz, by eliminating that new partner cost. So through all my coaching and practicing the tried and proven system, people started resonating with my story and needed that hope as well, which has only fueled my passion even more. And I said to myself, this Blitz is helping me grow my team and duplicate to endless possibilities. And so far I've added 7 new partners direct to me, 2 QSCs, 1 partner plus direct to me, and I've duplicated 3 partner plus levels deep, and that's including an international team in Mexico, which is amazing. It gets me so excited to just keep going. And, I think as women, it's so rare that we hear the words, what do you want? Or how does that make you feel? And in this amazing community, we all truly do care. And it just radiates through every person I've connected with in this company. And for me, it all started with being asked, who do you know? And why would you want this? And just like getting under the barbell before attempting a personal record, I took a deep breath and I went for it. And I feel like timing is everything. And there's a reason I said yes when I did. And because I did, I have gone from bodybuilding to building bodies. And that most definitely starts with the little girls that I built in my actual body and who I'm now raising. I want to not only be physically present in their lives, but internally healthy for them and teach them that fueling their bodies is so important to keep moving and that God made them beautiful, no matter what. Comparison is the thief of joy, and I've had it stolen many times standing on stage next to other women. So if I can have my past battles be what builds strong girls, then I don't regret any of it. But I feel so honored to have had this opportunity to share today, and I hope you all have a great rest of your weekend.
Oh my gosh, girl, hang on a second. Tell me, when did you join the company?
The end of April.
Brand new, and congratulations on your express track to sales coordinator. Very, very, very stinking cool, and the Blitz was a huge part of that. I love that you went from bodybuilding to building bodies, and that is, it's a vision and it's a why, right? So thank you so much for stepping out of your comfort zone and doing this with us. All right, sweet friend. Okay, you guys, we're gonna pull up our next person. Juliana Jacobs, there she is. All right, let me unmute her. Hang on. There you go. Can you hear? There you go. It's all you, baby. Yep, it's all you.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. I am so honored to share today, and I want to start by sharing this truth with you. If serving is beneath you, then leadership is beyond you. I am before you today as a humble servant dedicated to my amazing team and passionate for prevention. In this business, which truly is a mission of my heart, we must lead by example. Our teams will do what we do, not what we say. And so as we grow into leadership, it really is about excellence in the small things, about going the extra mile for your team and for your customers. Background is in teaching. I hold a master's degree in education, and now, thanks to this amazing company, I am a stay-at-home mom, homeschooling mother to 3 healthy, happy Juice Plus babies, turned healthy, happy Juice Plus kiddos, now 7, 5, and 2. I am so grateful for our vitality, health, and wellness, thanks to the Juice Plus product line. What a gift. And before you make pregnancy or babyville your excuse, I've had 3 babies in this compensation plan. This is simply about priority. My kids have always been my why and never my excuse. Today, I want to share with you about what I see within my team and how we are rocking some of this opportunity. Many say teamwork makes the dream work. I like to say teamwork makes miracles happen. And in my time sharing these products and mission, I have found that gratitude is a magnet for miracles. If ever you think you're stuck or are unsure of what to do next, just return to gratitude. So let's talk about my amazing team. My team is made up of light bringers, difference makers, life givers, and contributors. We are talent rich and ego poor, and we rock social media. I am inspired by the way that my team engages their audience and thinks of creative, fresh ways to share our timeless message. I stay connected with active team via weekly coaching calls, daily boxers, and texts. I work closely with 2 other incredible NMDs, and we have Boxer chat groups with short daily tips specific to the upcoming QSC, SC, and leadership title positions. One of the things I love most about this business is tailoring it to each individual partner, listening to observe what would benefit them most on their journey forward. I allow my team to get connected to our greater community. I want them to meet all the shiny, happy people that I get to work with as quickly as possible. Shout out to Team Keep Punching. I love my mentors and my team community. I respect them all so deeply. I am who I am because of their unfailing belief in this small town teacher who was absolutely terrified of sales. Be patient with people. Allow people to connect the dots for themselves, but show them the dots. I promote my greater team's events versus trying to do all the events myself. In this business, you must fall in love with the process. Forget the outcome. Just as we do in teaching, focus on the process. I promise the product becomes far greater than we start out thinking or imagining to be possible. Inviting your new partners to your greater team's events keeps things simple and duplicatable. And it's a lot more fun. Belief expands. So ask yourself, how solid are you in your belief of our products, company, compensation plan, in the beauty of teamwork, and in yourself? Reflecting on these will highlight the areas in which you need to grow. And when you live at a level of excellence in all things, you will begin to attract that level of people into your team. Your mind is truly a magnet. There are so many things I loved about teaching. And with this business, I get that same fulfillment. I truly get a helper's high. When I help a new customer or new partner, I get excited every time. Because although it may be my 400th time to sign up a new partner, it's their first time. And my vision for what this could be for anyone with heart and a work ethic is unwavering. I found that what we do really is like teaching. It's all about inspiring, educating, and developing deeper levels of understanding. The difference is that with teaching, I can only positively influence my 20 to 25 students and their families every year. But with this business, the positive impact that we can have is ever expanding. There is no end to the good that you can be part of. The influence is so much greater than the 25 families I could service each year being a teacher. Let's pause for a moment and discuss the power of words. Our words have power. My advice to you is to align your heart and your mind. If you manage your thoughts, you won't have to manage your tongue, for from the heart, the mouth speaks. Speak life over your team, your customers, and our company. If you speak negatively and your team stops working, ask yourself if you're simply getting what you've been speaking out. Tame your tongue. When you see teammates adding 3 or more customers per month, call them. Ask them what they're doing. Strengthen that relationship. Relationships aren't just something, they're everything. And this is a relationships business. Juice Plus is secondary to the relationship. So if you feel like people don't want to talk about Juice Plus, then don't. Focus on them and what they need in the season that they are in. We are in a people business, and people are multifaceted. In fact, the best thing about this business is that it's a people business. And the worst thing about this business is that it's a people business. Focus on the people, love the person in front of you, and aim to leave everyone you meet with an impression of increase. That is how we live life to the plus, by creating hope and increase everywhere we go with everyone we meet. Juice Plus isn't the product, you are the product. Become the very best version of yourself and work with integrity. Do what you say you are going to do. If you say you're going to call that customer tomorrow, then do it. If you say you're going to join that Zoom, then get on it. If you say you're going to send that link, then send it. If you want your team on those training calls, you must be on them. Lead by example. If I have a superpower, I would claim that mine is showing up. Show up. You see, we're all here to chase the vision, not the money. And guess what? You can't screw up your vision. It's yours. So stay vision dependent. What do you think this could be? Hold tight to that vision and never let it go. Shift from thinking about how much money you can make to about how many people can you serve. My personal goal for my team is to be servicing 20,000 families every month. Crazy? Maybe. But I won't ever doubt a small group of committed citizens and what good can come from consistent, diligent effort. I love the book, The Compound Effect by Darren Hardy. And I would recommend not just reading good books, but studying them diligently and rereading them. Knowledge isn't power, applied knowledge is power. You see, I see this blitz as an amazing opportunity to get loads of people in the door. They don't need to know everything about Juice Plus. They just need to start seeing what they could be a part of. Let this community show up and show off for your team. How should people best take advantage of this blitz in the last 3 weeks? Invite, get over yourself, give people the choice. What do you say? Whatever you say. People need this, they want this. Stay others focused. Don't keep this a secret. God gives us things to share, not to hold. Pay it forward and keep paying it forward. You will find your people when your attitude is positive and your mindset is solid. And the best way I have found to inspire your leaders to attract new partners is to live fully aligned and strengthen your mindset. Believe everything will expand from your beliefs. Thank you for allowing me to share today. And I hope whoever you are, wherever you are, I hope you make the decision to keep fighting the good fight. I hope you rise. I hope that this has made a difference for you and for your team. Thank you so much.
Juliana Jacobs, you are amazing, girl. Oh my gosh, I love this. Juice Plus is not the product, you're the product, right? And whatever you're gonna say what you say. It's all good. Juliana just took away all your excuses. Attract, attract, attract. Way to go, my sweet friend. Thank you so much for taking time and inspiring us all. All right, you guys, we've got an inspiring story coming up right here with my friend Dana Popham. Let me bring her up. Here she comes, here she comes. I'm unmuting you, girlfriend. Here we go, there we go. Did you get it? Unmute. Do you see it? There you go.
There I am, yeah.
Oh, you funny.
Oh my goodness, I am so inspired, you guys. Well, hello, my Juice Plus family. I'm Dana Popham. I am a pastor's wife. I'm a mom to 4. My girls are 23 and 22. My boys are 19 and 16. And our health journey started when my oldest daughter developed a seizure disorder when she was 3 years old. And her neurologist is actually the one who helped us to understand the importance of including more plants in our diet. Our family made some big diet changes. I became a label reader, tried to cut out most processed foods, and I even bought a juicer. I remember the day that I saw a Juice Plus sticker on a friend's car at church, and I had to ask her about it. And that friend was 100 Club PMD Plus Amy Getz. What Amy didn't know is that I was actually looking for something like Juice Plus. I just didn't know it existed. I ordered for our entire family, and we immediately saw improvements in our health and felt like I finally found a simple solution. We took Juice Plus that first year and loved it. And I was a natural sharer. I am a natural sharer, but never, ever entertained the business. I had a bad experience in the past of being recruited for another company and pretty much vowed to never be a part of one of those businesses. I remember still feeling so icky when I thought someone genuinely wanted to get to know me, but instead presented me with their opportunity. Even though I loved Juice Plus, I had lumped the business into that category of my bad experience. Juice Plus made sense to me though, so I shared it with my parents, and my mom actually became a partner and I became her customer. It took me the next year to date the company as a customer. That year as a customer, I was able to see the culture, the community, and I even went to a JP Live in California with my mom. I really just wanted to go to California. But God is so good because it was through that experience of attending the JP Live that a seed was planted in me. I remember listening to the National Marketing Director speeches, and I thought, these people are just like me. I never thought about what I could bring to this community, but what I saw was relatable and authentic people that gave me courage to think that I could do this too. A few months passed, and what most people didn't know is that we were struggling financially. We were living paycheck to paycheck, and honestly, didn't know how we were going to make it without me contributing in some way financially. That's when my husband, Randall, said that we were probably going to have to cancel our Juice Plus, and I might want to consider starting an in-home childcare to start bringing home some extra income. My kids were 8, 7, 3, and 1 at the time, and y'all, I was struggling with depression, had very little goals, and lacked passion and purpose. And I was a mess. I could not have imagined taking on any more kids in that season. I remember having a conversation with Amy and my mom, telling them our situation and need to possibly cancel our orders. And that's when they lovingly shared that I was already telling people about Juice Plus. I was doing what they did, I just wasn't getting paid for it. And they helped me to see, and they believed enough in me for me to say yes, just to offset our cost and to try to make about $500 a month. That was my only goal. Deep down, I really didn't believe that I could do it. I didn't think that I had what it took. Some of you may feel that today. I didn't go to college. I didn't have any skills. And I was allowing my past bad experience to sabotage conversations that I wasn't even having with people in fear of what others would think. I was on and off again with this business for almost 6 years, mostly because of my lack of belief in myself. I am a take the safest route possible, security is my friend, no risk kind of girl. Starting and growing a business went against everything in me. What if I failed? I had to dig deep, and Randall wasn't always supportive. He was in the beginning because he saw what this business had done for Amy and her husband, Scott. He knew what was possible, but after several failed attempts at promotions and spending more money than I was making, I remember him telling me that he didn't think that I could do this business. Y'all, something in his lack of belief in me set a fire in my belly. And I remember calling Amy Getz and saying, I found my why. My why is to prove my husband wrong. If you know me, you know how much I love him. But I turned that frustration into passion. And he claims now that that was a part of his plan all along. I started to work hard on me and the journey of personal growth. And it was hard. But I'm telling you that when my mind began to change about myself, my worth, my ability, my successes, my failures, my belief, everything changed. I decided to start caring more about others. I got out of the way. I did things scared, like team calls, speaking like I am today, and doing events. I began to get super passionate about helping other women overcome their fear, and became addicted to personal growth and learning. I will say it again, that when my mind changed, everything changed. I realized that I do have something important to say. And the more authentic and real that I can be in everything that I do makes me feel alive. People trust me and my opinion on things. I finally had the courage to be me on purpose. I love that my husband and my kids have been a part of my growth. They've seen me struggle and they've seen me overcome. And I am so proud to say that I've been a national marketing director for the past 5 years. I lead a beautiful team and we continue to grow together. I still face obstacles. I get fearful. Sometimes I doubt myself. My heart was racing right before I started doing this. but I no longer see obstacles as paralyzing. I now see them as opportunities. And I realize that when I feel stuck, that's my clue to grow. Starting my Juice Plus business truly has been one of my best yeses. If I had any wisdom to offer in this business, it would be to stay consistent. Consistency is your friend, and what we do is honorable work. Be proud of what you do, the products that you represent, and the company that we keep. Our community is the greatest gift, and the Juice Plus company is truly like none other. Our lives are busy, y'all, and I wear so many hats, and as much as I love them all, I have discovered that I am not just a pastor's wife and mom. I am Dana, and I have amazing gifts that God created in me way before I became a wife and a mom, and you don't have to lose you. This business and community has made me more of the person that God created me to be, and it can do the same for you.
Oh my gosh, I'm crying. I'm crying. Yes, it's been a day, but you know what, you guys, I mean, as a fellow mom, I'm gonna say this, is that, you know, so often we get lost in that mommyhood. We get so lost in the hats that we wear, Dana, and you made such a valuable point that we are still us. You are still you, and now you're being you on purpose. And I just want to say thank you, my sweet friend. Thank you so much for sharing your heart and inspiring us to be ourselves. So thank you, love. All right, you guys, we are heading right over to my friend Tammy, who's going to introduce our closing speaker. And yes, if you didn't notice, you did not get a potty break. So go right this second and come back fast, because you're not going to want to miss this last speaker. Okay, let me unmute Tammy. Got you.
Okay, I'll go upstairs.
All right, girl, it's all you.
Yes, I am so honored I get to introduce the closing speaker for all of you today, Terry Luongo. Terry is a mom to 3 adult boys. She is a GG to 5 little Luongos. She resides in Plano, Texas, and also Gold Beach, Oregon. You need to go watch her live video on our Juice Plus Facebook page, because she shows you her backyard. It's amazing. Terry said yes to Juice Plus 27 years ago. She has been a guest speaker on team calls, Prevention Plus lectures, over hundreds of times across the country. She has spoken at dozens of boot camps. She's been on stage. She has presented at multiple international Juice Plus conferences, and she's closed at 2 times actually at the international conferences, and she's leaving audiences with their jaws wide open, begging for more. So you can see why we asked Terry Luongo to close our 5-year anniversary of the Juice Plus Pajama Regional. And Terry has a fun fact. I don't know if you know this about her, but she has a jukebox in her head. So when you're talking to her at any point in time, she will break out in song just in the middle of a conversation. She's got jazz, she's got blues, she's got rock, she's got funk from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, all the genres. She will be in the middle of a conversation, and all of a sudden something that you say will bring up a song. So don't let that alarm you if you're talking with Terry Luongo. I love this guy. So friends, what a blessing, what a gift. Terry, thank you for saying yes. Thank you for saying yes to the community. Thank you for saying yes to Juice Plus 27 years ago. So everyone get your notebooks ready. Get ready for an amazing close. Terry, it's all you.
Thank you, Tammy, and thank you for asking me. I am so humbled that you asked me to wrap up this absolutely amazing 2-day Pajama Regional. It's my pleasure, it's my honor to be here with you today. And I gotta tell you, my heart is so full. My heart is full. It's overflowing. Everything that has been shared, all of the speakers that have been gifting us in the past 2 days, you know, your stories, your trainings, your ideas, your motivation. I mean, you have taken us on this glorious journey of discovery and possibility. And it was last night, as you know, I was getting ready for bed, I was thinking about what was going to be presented here today. And as I watched this unfold today, I started to think of the movie, The Greatest Showman. And there's that song, here we go, that song that says, "This is me. I make no apology." And as you were presenting, I was feeling that coming from each and every one of you. And so collectively today, this is us, and we make no apology. And then this committee, these women who for 5 years, sideline partners who have come together, their goal was to bless the larger Juice Plus community. Courtney, Tammy, Lisa, Rachel, Heather, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your time, your talents, and your treasures with each and every one of us. So I'm going to start with my story. My intention is to bring you hope and possibility and share a couple exercises that changed my life 20 years ago that I still use with new reps today. And that's my intention. So how did Juice Plus find me? Well, Juice Plus, yes, found me 27 years ago. And 27 years ago, I was an autoimmune nightmare. You know, the labels, chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia. I had a very rare Crohn's disease. You know, I was told that I would have unbelievable gut problems for my entire life. I was raising 3 boys, and all 3 of my boys had some learning challenges. If there was a label, one of my kids carried it: dysgraphic, dyslexic, auditory problems, perceptual problems, hyperactive, hypoactive. One of my 3 babies had a label. So life was hard. I was tired, I was exhausted, I was frustrated. I was seeking, I was looking, and I was praying for help. And help showed up 27 years ago. Her name was Martha, a Rhodes Scholar, a mastered nurse. And she started calling me. And it was the strangest thing, guys, when I think back 27 years ago. Do you know what we would do? If the phone would ring, we would answer it. Yeah, right. That's what we did 27 years ago. Not only would we answer the phone 27 years ago, we would fight to be the first person to get to the phone 27 years ago. So no caller ID. Here I am getting these calls from this woman named Martha. I did not even know who she was. She kept saying, "I heard about you from someone in the community, and I have something that I think might help you." And for at least 10, 12 times, it was thank you, no thank you. Thank you, no thank you. And then one day, I mean, she broke me down. I remember looking up and saying, good gracious, she's never going to go away. So I invited her into my home. I invited her to come to visit. She walked through the door carrying fruits and vegetables in a capsule. And there was something so captivating about what she said about the power of nutrition. Guys, I said yes. Not only did I say yes to the product, but I said yes to becoming a representative right then and there. And so, you know, a couple months in, my health is getting better. A couple months in, I'm starting to see some shifts in my boys. So who do I start sharing with? Well, I started sharing with families with kids who had learning challenges. And that was my audience. I would visit with them and share with them, maybe, just maybe, the power of whole food nutrition might help your children too. Guys, I developed an unbelievable customer base. And about a year in, at a luncheon at a country club in Dallas, Texas, David Beavers, my mentor, my upline, walked up to me and he said, wow, you're doing a great job retailing Juice Plus. You're getting customers right and left. And he asked me, are you ready to make this your career? And I must have been like deer in the headlights. Am I ready to make this my career? And then he said, why don't you go home? And he introduced me to something I've been doing almost every day since. He goes, why don't you go home and journal what that might look like for you? And I have to tell you, a journal, I didn't have a journal. I was a spiral notebook and sticky note queen, and I still love using sticky notes. If you could see my notes today, there are little stickies all over it. But there was something about what he said, and I'm very teachable. So I went home and I started to write what would this look like if Choose Plus was my career. And I have to tell you what happened is this battle erupted in my head. This battle erupted in my head. And last night, we heard about the saboteur. Well, do you know what I call the saboteur? Nagness. Yes, Nagness, nagness in my head. And Nagness started to say, you're not smart enough, Terry. Okay, you're just not smart enough. You know, you don't have the skills for this, Terry. You know, you did not graduate from college. I mean, I have a certificate, guys, that says I would make somebody a great secretary. That's the extent of my education, right? So you're not smart enough. You don't have the skills. Oh, mercy, you don't have the time. You're trying to raise 3 boys. You know, the list goes on and on and on. You're too exhausted. You're too tired. What would you be getting yourself into? So there's that voice. But the more that I journaled, guys, there's this other voice that was in my head too. And I call that the voice of your possibility. It's the voice of your truth. And that voice was a little more, it was more quiet. But what I could hear this voice saying to me is that this is what you've been seeking. This is what you've been yearning for. Terry, this is what you've been praying for, even though you didn't know you were praying for it. And then I clearly heard that voice say, Terry, you are meant for more. And guys, as we go into this today, I know as I look out over this virtual audience, I may not be able to see you, but I guarantee you I can feel you. Each and every single one of you is absolutely meant for more. So I said yes to David Beavers. I said yes that I wanted to make Choose Plus my career. You see, I made a decision. I made a decision. And the day that I made that decision, I started to think, feel, and act as if I was already a national marketing director with this company. So I would seek out mentors. I did the hard things. I showed up every day. I was consistent. I read the books I was told to read. I listened to the cassette tapes, yes, cassette tapes that I was told to listen to. Now, when I said yes to making this my career, guys, I had so many skills I still needed to develop. I had so many habits I needed to develop, all right? But there was that conviction, think, feel, and act as if you're already in possession of that dream. So with that decision came clarity, purpose. I stopped throwing the victim card. I stopped blaming this, that, and the other thing for the challenges in my life. I became responsible. Instead of being reactive to everything, I started being proactive. And there's this gift of creativity that will come to you when you start to make decisions in your life. And so I can tell you, my friends, with absolute certainty that you don't have problems to solve. No, you have decisions to make for your life. So are you ready to make some decisions about possibility for yourself? Because what we're going to talk about now is what do you want? You know, in this business, I always hear people say, what's your why? And we absolutely need a why, but before the why has to come the what. What is it that you want to be? What is it that you want to do? What is it that you want to have for your life? And as we go into this exercise, and I want you to do this as a team when we wrap up today, you're going to have to flex that imagination. And we heard about the power of the imagination last night. All right, but it's that muscle, and we are not taught to delve and get into imagination. And Napoleon Hill says that before there's desire, there has to be the contribution of imagination. So today we're going to look at be, do, and have, decisions about possibility for your life, not decisions based on fear disguised as practicality. And I guarantee you, I know that as soon as I said we're going to start delving into this exercise about what you want to be, do, and have with your life, I know that Agnes is already firing off in your head. And so last night we had an exercise about silencing the saboteur. Well, I have two things that I say to Agnes. I say to Agnes, you have two choices. You can either get on board in joining me in what I'm going for, or you can leave. Okay? What do you choose? Never fails. It never fails. It starts to silence the nagness. So, all right, what is it that you want to be, do, and have with your life? And maybe I could phrase that a different way. What if I said, what would you love? Because I know Agnes has said to you, time, money, skills. What would you love for your life if you were not waiting for more time, for more money, for more skills? Okay, that's where we're going to go. And I like to break this exercise up in 4 different quadrants. Okay, I want you to think about what do you want to be, do, and have with your life in terms of your physicality, in terms of your health. What does vibrant, vital, and alive look like to you? You know, is it running the marathon? You know, CrossFit, lifting the weights, surrendering into that yoga pose, you know, hiking, playing basketball with your kids, all of the things that represent being vibrant, vital, and alive. What does that look like for you? And so now I want you to start to think, feel, and act as if you're already in possession of that kind of vibrant, vital health. So what are we doing here with this exercise? What I want you to remember, and you might want to write this down, is as you sow into your subconscious mind, so shall you reap in your body and in your environment. I'm going to say it again. As you sow in your subconscious mind, so shall you reap in your body and in your environment. You see, your subconscious mind drives your behavior. It's like an Aladdin's lamp. It doesn't know what's true from what's not true. And so it's moist, fertile soil for you to start planting seeds of possibility. Remember, the universe does not respond to need. The universe responds to seed. So what do you want to be, do, and have in terms of your physicality? What do you want to be, do, and have in terms of relationships? You know, what does that look like for you? Spending quality, loving time with your family. You know, the dinners, the vacations, the heartfelt conversations, you know, with your spouse, significant other, your children, your extended family, your team. Right now in living rooms across the United States and possibly across the world, you are literally delving into incredible connectedness because you're together. What do you want your team energy and relationships to be like? Think, do, have, act as if you're already in possession of these kinds of relationships. Next category, my friends, is your creativity and your work. What do you want to be, do, and have in terms of creativity? I know some of you out there want to write a book, want to learn how to ride a horse, okay, want to learn how to ski. You know, creativity. What is it that you want to be, do, and have? Think, feel, and act as if you have already accomplished it. As this rewires your neural pathways. And that's what these exercises do. They rewire your neural pathways. So in terms of creativity, and here we're also going to stick career. Are you ready to claim that you want to be a national marketing director. I mean, it's okay if you don't, but if that's what stirs your heart, then claim it and start speaking it and think, feel, and act as if you're already that national marketing director. All right, last category for me, I think this is so important, is finance. I want you to think, feel, and act as if you're already abundant and prosperous. You know, what would more income mean to you? And let's talk money here. Let's just talk money just for a minute, because I feel that money is like a real pushback with so many distributors. It certainly was when I started. So, you know, money is neither good or bad. It's just energy. It's an idea. It's an instrument. So to me, money is a reward that you receive or I receive for services rendered. Money is a reward for services or value that I have brought to this company, to the world, to my platform. So money is a reward. Does it make you a better person? No, but money gives you options, freedom, choices, peace of mind. So the more service you render, the more value you bring, the more money you will earn. It's that simple. So it's an opportunity for you to be more, have more, and give more. Thank you, Catherine Lee. Oh my gosh, talk about a vision for finance. The Pure Hope Foundation. It's an opportunity for each and every one of us to contribute to organizations that resonate so deep in our hearts. So for this exercise, how much do you want to earn? How much do you want to earn? And I know for me, when I started to look at abundance and prosperity, you know, one of the things that I wanted to be able to be financially prosperous about was I wanted a home. I wanted a home in an area in nature that was untouched by human hands, or as close to it as I could come. And so I started to think, feel, and act, and I was kind of torn. I had these two ideas, you know, in my head. You know, I wanted either a cabin in the woods, like in the Siskiyou National Forest, you know, where every morning I would get up and smell pine. Okay, or I wanted something on the coast where I could get up every morning, open the door, and smell ocean and dunes. And I was like thinking and feeling and always seeing this in my head, what it looked like, and I already knew I was in possession of it. So guess what happened? I found a home. My front yard is the coastal range. Okay, the foothills of the Siskiyou National Forest. So in the morning, I open the door and I smell the pines. And then I can go out to my back patio, all right, my back porch, look at the ocean and smell the dunes. So guys, think, feel, and act as if you are already in possession of the decisions that you are looking at. Okay, so as you continue to do this, guys, this is not an exercise that you do once and then walk away. Okay, this is an exercise that you do every day, because I am hoping that you're going to keep dreaming about possibility for yourself. So as you continue to do these exercises, you know, really focus on what makes you happy. You know, focus on what you find compelling. Focus on what stirs your heart. You know, focus on the things that'll make you stretch and grow. You have to pay attention. Awareness is the first law of learning. So start to pay attention. All right, pay attention to what you love. Pay attention to the people that support you. These are the things these are clues. These are clues to what's already in you. They're not random ideas. The things that stir your heart, my friends, are already connected to your higher purpose. And so these are the things that now we're going to focus on. And this is what you're going to make decisions on. All right. And focus guys know, what you focus on expands and grows, okay? It's a force of nature. It's a force of nature, and it is absolutely so true. Awareness is the first law of learning. All right, so I have a formula. I think every leader has a formula. So I'm going to take you through my formula today. I have a formula for success. It's intention, belief, action. If you've seen me train before, you've heard me speak of these things. I absolutely believe that if you have intention, belief, and action firing simultaneously, you can achieve success in just about anything that you want to be, do, and have. All right, so intention. What is my intention? All right. Well, I got to tell you, I got to really thank Wendy Campbell, because intentions are big and they're bold and they're present tense and they're ongoing into the future. There's like no stop. Look at Catherine Lee's intention. Okay, it's big, it's bold. And intention has purpose and resolve attached to it. It's way bigger than a goal. So I heard Wendy Campbell 26 years ago in a restaurant, and she was sitting at a table with her team, and I'm eavesdropping, okay, because there was something so compelling about Wendy Campbell. And I heard her say to her team, we have something that can change the health of future generations. And it absolutely stirred me up. It stirred me up. Changing the health of future generations. And I knew right then and there that I had found my intention for my life. And one of the reasons that resonated with me is that I have always loved the Iroquois philosophy of 7 generations. And basically what that means is that every decision that you make, you should consider the impact of that decision, on the next 7 generations. And so I'm thinking about Juice Plus and something that I could take with me to move forward. And so what I started to realize is that every single order, family starts, that I could put into the system, I could potentially be changing the health of generation after generation after generation. Every single time I spoke at a regional or on stage at a conference, you know, if I inspired someone in the audience to go out and start putting families on Juice Plus, that we were changing the health of future generations. This became my tapestry. So every order, as my team grew and more families were sponsored, every time I told the story, my tapestry of my intention was being woven. It was being woven. And one of the greatest joys that I have had was, I think, I don't remember which conference it was. I call it Starry, Starry Night, because we closed with the stars and we opened with the stars. And Shannon Black, you'll remember what city we're in. But right now I don't remember. But at the close of this conference, this woman comes up to me and she said, Terry, may I speak to you for a minute? And I said, yes, of course. She introduced herself. She was 28 years old. I don't remember her name. 28 years old. She had just signed on a team in California, with a team from California. She's not on my team. And she said, Terry, I heard you speak 20 years ago. Now she's 28. I heard you speak 20 years ago. You were in someone's living room in a small town in West Texas. The living room was packed. And you did this amazing health lecture. She goes, I was sitting on the stairs with a group of kids. And she said, there were things that you said that day that I will never forget. And she goes, cannot believe that I am now part of the same organization that you are. See, guys, that's the power of an intention. That's the tapestry of my intention. All right, so there are rules. There are rules that go hand in hand with intention. Make sure that your intention is big, bold, has purpose and resolve in it. So number one, does your intention get you up in the morning? Does it give you life? You know, does it fire desire in you? I had once read that one of the definitions of desire was to serve. So imagine that we get to express the desires of our heart and fulfill our intentions by being in service to other people. I love that. So that was rule number one. Does it give you life? Does it wake you up in the morning? Does it make you want to get out there and serve? Rule number two, and this was spoken about last night, persistence and passion. Guys, you are going to hit rejection. That's just the way it is in this business, in life. Okay, you're going to hit rejection. And so you have to develop that capability of getting yourself back up and resuming life. But here's the deal. What I have learned is that to become persistent, you're going to have to want something big, something so big that it fires passion in your gut. Dana, your story. All right, you had something, so that fire in your gut, you said it, and that's what gave you persistence. All right, does this intention, rule number three, does it scare you and excite you at the same time? Oh my gosh, have you noticed that scared and excited feels like physically it's the same response in your body? And guys, that's not a bad thing. When I'm in this energy of scared and excited, it's heightened emotions across the board, heightened awareness. And you heard about feelings about awareness, first law of learning, heightened awareness. My antenna is up. I'm gathering information from all over, a quote, something that I see. Okay, scared and excited does that for me. It sharpens my focus. It sharpens my concentration. And guys, every single person has to deal with being scared once in a while. Even the leaders that you listened to on this call, every single one of them was scared and excited as they were sitting at their computer ready to go live. The only difference between you and them is that they have faced fear more often. They have moved through fear more often. So you might say that a leader has become more comfortable with fear, more comfortable with being scared and excited at the same time. And this is my definition of fear. You may want to write this down. So fear. Fear wants you to run away from something that isn't even after you. Fear wants you to run away from something that isn't even after you. All right, so if your intention doesn't scare you and excite you a little bit, then probably time, think bigger, dream bigger. All right, your intention, will it cause you to stretch and grow? I used to have a sign in my office as I was working my way to 39 Club. That sign read, life begins at the end of your comfort zone. Wow, that would keep me on my toes all day long. And why is that? Well, nothing extraordinary ever happens in your comfort zone. And you've heard this said before, if you want more, you need to become more. So what are the things that stretch and grow you? Well, I can tell you right now, nothing is going to stretch and grow you more than goals. Goals, my friend, are for growth. On the practical side, goals tell your brain what to focus on. You know, 20,000 thoughts going through your head every single day. And if you've got a worthwhile goal, it's going to help you to focus on what's important. So important. The other thing that you need to know about goals is that what I love about this is that all you need to know is what is required for the next step. That's all you need to know about goals. And guys, that's why 27 years ago, when I fell in love with this marketing plan, And I fell in love with that staircase. And I knew there it was. All I had to focus on was, this is the step that I'm on right now. And this is exactly what I need to do to get to my next step. And I remember looking at that stair step for the first time, and here's the song in my head, Led Zeppelin, okay? And I could hear them singing, you know, she's buying the stairway to heaven. Well, guys, what I loved about this was, you know, I took poetic license. We don't buy the stairway to heaven in this business. We earn this one step at a time. And today, this marketing plan, this stair step, not only does it tell you what to do step by step by step by step, oh my gosh, there have been some enhancements and some extra steps. Guys, this is the most amazing compensation plan on the planet. Nothing else can compare to the financial reward that is embedded within our marketing plan. Unbelievable. So what you need to know is that once you set a goal, all right, every single time you set a goal, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, you're going to go into resistance. That is just the way we are wired. You're going to go into resistance. So I want to give you a metaphor. It's a metaphor I've had in my head for over 20 years. I want you to think of an oak seed. Okay, what is the goal of the oak seed? Become an oak tree, right? So you plant that seed into the ground and you water it a little bit, pack it down, put the dirt all over it. What does that oak seed do? Goes to work immediately, and it starts to move, and it starts to push through the rock and through that dirt. Does that oak seed say, I don't have the skills? Absolutely not. Does that oak seed say, don't have the time? No. Does that oak seed compare itself to other oak seeds? No. It has one job, one goal, and that's to become the tree. So it starts moving and it starts pushing. It is pushing through the resistance. It starts to take on roots. Those roots help to propel that oak seed. Those roots give that oak seed momentum. And it keeps pushing and it's pushing, and then it breaks through. The sun comes in. Oh my goodness, now it is well on its way to becoming an oak tree. So there's the metaphor. There's the metaphor. That's how powerful goals are. You see, the growth is in the struggle. The growth is in the becoming. The blessings are in the struggle. And so goals are for growth. You know, goals literally help you to develop your God-given ability, and goals bring the very essence of who you are to the surface. So there you go. Goals, stretching, growing. And let me tell you, so what does resistance look like in our business? Okay, so what does resistance look like in our business? And I share this just so that you'll know, you know, as you're establishing a new goal and you go into resistance, or you've sponsored a new partner and they're going into resistance, well, what is exactly that resistance look time? You might hear yourself or your new partner saying, I'm too busy, I don't have time. You procrastinate, I'll do it later. You're in resistance, okay? You lose interest. This is kind of boring, it's just not for me. That's resistance, okay? You become forgetful. Oh, I meant to do that, I simply forgot. You're in resistance. You fog up, you space out. You start to feel paralyzed by the fear, okay? You find reasons not to act, okay? My friends, you're in resistance. Oh, you become impatient. This is taking too long, it's not for me. You're in resistance. And the number one, I know that this is a big resistance for people who are starting. You keep running into naysayers, guys. Other people telling you that you can't do it. That's not possible. And this form of resistance is especially sneaky. You know why? because you are projecting your own fears onto other people. So that is what resistance looks like in our business. See, the deal is this: if you're in resistance, then literally your subconscious mind, okay, is trying to tell you you are about to do something big and exciting. So be prepared for it when it shows up and go, there you go. It's that resistance piece. All right, so there's intention. The second piece of my formula is belief. Okay, surprise, surprise. This was a blessing that I got maybe 25 years ago when I heard Sean Myers speak. Thank you, Sean. He stood on stage. There were transparencies instead of PowerPoint presentations. And Sean said, you get to decide what you're going to believe, and what you believe will determine what you experience in your life. Oh my goodness, shot through the heart. There's a song. Okay, never mind. Shot through the heart. Okay, literally that's saying when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And I had been the product of stinking thinking my whole life. And here's this man telling me that you get to decide what you're going to believe, and what you believe will determine what shows up in your life. Took my breath away. All right, so I knew I had to clean up some of my stinking thinking, because you see, your beliefs, guys, and I'm going to read this because I have this definition, not just beliefs, but beliefs, thoughts, and emotions. They're all part of the same package, and they're all part of your mindset. So I'm just going to read my definition of this because I think it's so important. So your mindset, my friends, is the sum total of your beliefs, your values, your identity, your expectations, your attitudes, habits, decisions, opinions, and thought patterns, paradigms, thought patterns about yourself, others, and how life works. It's the filter through which you interpret what you see and what you experience. You see, your mindset shapes your life and draws to you the exact results that are an exact reflection of it. What you believe will happen, happens. And if we don't question our mindset, our beliefs, okay, then we are operating on autopilot. Okay, so for example, if we don't question the belief that life is hard, okay, we will constantly struggle without even knowing why. That, my friends, is how important reshaping our mindset and our beliefs are. But here's the deal. So many of our beliefs and our patterns were handed to us before we were even 6 years old. They're called paradigms, okay? And you have thought patterns and belief patterns, paradigms around health and aging and relationships. And you have a mindset, paradigms about money. Yes, you do. That was handed to you before the age of 6 years old. And here we go through life and we're on autopilot. We're not even aware that this has become part of our mindset, how we shape our lives. And so I have this exercise that I want to take you on. I'm only going to do a snippet of it here today, right now, but I'm going to post this exercise when I'm done. And I would love for you to do this exercise at the end of the program, and then you can discuss it with other people that are in the room. It's called digging down to the roots. And for this exercise, we're going to look at your relationship with money, okay? This is something that I did 25 years ago, and it literally changed. It literally changed the way I look at abundance, prosperity, money, and everything that has to do with that. So you're going to complete the following questions, and you're only going to write down the first words that come to your mind. Okay, don't censor or overthink your answer. Let go with whatever your first reaction is. And then you can discuss it later. And like I said, I'd love for you to discuss it with at least one other person that does this activity with you. Question number 1. My biggest fear about money is. Don't overthink it. My father felt money was. My mother felt money was. My earliest experience with money was. In order to have more money, I need to. All right, guys, I'm going to post the rest of this. Okay, I'm going to post it on the J.P. Regional Facebook page, and you'll have it for you to continue because I don't have time. I want to honor your time. I don't have time to get through that right now. But do that activity. It will change your life because it will change your belief, your mindset, and the patterns, your thought patterns that are affiliated with that. All right, so intention, belief, action. Oh my gosh, and we have been given so many action steps last night and today. I mean, my head is reeling. So action, guys, it'll help move you through resistance. Action will reshape your beliefs and your mindset. Action builds self-esteem and self-image. And I had read, about 5 years ago, that the #1 reason that people either succeed or fail in life or in business is because of their self-image and their self-esteem. Action helps to build both. It will silence her nagness in your head. You know, Van Gogh said, you know, when that voice in your head says, do not paint, he said, that's when you pick up the brush and you paint. You have to get into action. Action will build momentum like the oak seed, okay? It's going to build your paycheck, all right? And the thing about action is that you are leading by example for your team. You have to lead by example, so you have to get into action. And what I've learned is that, oh my goodness, people are watching. So action helps you become, heard that great training once by Catherine Lee about becoming captivating, okay? And that's what action will help bring out of you, who you really, really, really are. So action, so some of the things that we heard about today. Oh my God, Jamie Cantrell, share the benefits. Absolutely. Oh my gosh, I don't have your name, but I absolutely want to have a conversation with you. TikTok. Who knew that TikTok was going to get me so excited? Well, it has. There's an action plan. Customer care. Renee, thank you so much. Here's the deal, guys. You don't have to get good at everything. Just do 1 or 2 things, all right, and do them consistently. We certainly got that message today, didn't we? We got the message about consistency. So intention, belief, action. That is my formula. Okay, so as we're wrapping this up, how is this going to happen for you? How's this going to happen for you? Well, Mother Teresa said to keep a lamp burning, we have to keep putting oil in that lamp. So you're going to have to invest heavily in yourself, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, okay? So, you know, right now with everything going on in the world, I know that some of us are embracing a mindset that things are kind of bleak. And it makes me think of a song that Prince wrote back in the 80s. It was called Purple Rain. And Purple Rain is not about growing a vegetable garden and having enough rain so that you can grow purple vegetables like eggplant. Purple Rain was a very bleak outlook on life. So guys, we all have an individual consciousness that is shaped by our beliefs, okay? But there's a collective consciousness, collective. And in this community right here, I know that we have to move out of the doom and the gloom collectively. collectively, we have to move out of the doom and the gloom. And how do we do that? You start that by investing heavily in yourself. I want you to think about what seeds, remember the universe responds to seeds, not needs. And it's about just living a bigger life. So what kind of TV shows are you watching? What shows are you watching on Netflix? There's a reason why they're called programs. You're programming your subconscious mind. I want you to think about the podcasts that you listen to. I want you to think about the news that you watch. I want you to think about the news that you watch. I've reached the point where I think that the job of the media is doom and gloom. All right. And years ago, I heard one of my mentors say that, after you've heard it once, it ceases to be news. What kind of books are you reading? What are you planting? What seeds are you planting into your subconscious mind so that you can live your life with possibility? Talk to me about the company that you keep. Have you heard that you are the sum total of the 5 people that you spend the most time with? Pick your friends carefully because you will become your friends. Okay? We have to let go of the good opinion of other people. I think it was, one of my favorite poets, Rumi, said that when you start out on a journey, do not seek the advice from someone who has never, ever, ever left home. And we heard it today from Viola. What are you speaking into your life? The power of your own words. So this is how you invest heavily in your life. And the great piece of that, my friends, is gratitude. Gratitude. Absolutely reshape your life. We know science tells us that gratitude improves your emotional health and it improves your physical health. It enhances empathy. It increases mental strength. It'll absolutely help you to get through resistance. Gratitude is incredible fertilizer for the soil where you are planting seeds in your subconscious mind. But to me, gratitude is the key. It's the gateway that opens the door to the human heart. If you're grateful, then watch the expression of love start to come forth. It is an absolute appreciation for everything that's happened in your past, everything that's happening now present, and it is an appreciation and being grateful for what's about to happen in your future. Can you be grateful for what has not yet shown up in your life? Think it, see it, feel it. Because when you're in gratitude, once again, you are rewiring your neural pathways. And so, it starts with the mechanical, writing down 3 or 4 or 5 things every single day that you're grateful for. And then eventually recognizing what you're grateful for starts to move from your head to your heart. And that's when you start to feel grateful. And do you know what I love? There's a byproduct. There's a byproduct of gratitude and love. It's called certainty. See, when you're certain, you don't waver between past remembered guilt and future imagined fear. You're certain. When your biochemistry, that's when your biochemistry changes. So the longer that you linger in gratitude, the more you draw to you your new life. That's how powerful gratitude is. So 25 years ago, and I'm wrapping this up here, 25 years ago, Abraham Maslow, I love studying Maslow, and he said, if you are planning on being anything less than you're capable of being, You'll probably be unhappy all the days of your life. And I remember thinking, oh no, it's not going to be me. That is not my future. And I don't want that for your future. So today, all of today, last night, you were taken on a journey of self-discovery so that you would find your own innate gifts and challenges, gifts and possibilities. All right, I want you to live a life of such blessings, okay, that you experience the most magical things. And guys, I've been doing this for 27 years. And in 27 years, I have seen so much change, so much growth, so much expansion. I've been so blessed to be a part of it. But guys, hear me well. Juice Plus is still a sleeping giant. It is a sleeping giant. And we have to wake that giant up. That's why I love the new goals that are coming out of the home office to double our business by 2025. Right? These are bold, bold goals. So for that to happen, for this giant to wake up, we all individually need to wake up, step up, look up, and be a part of this movement. Because we only get better as a company when we do it collectively. That's when we are at our best. So here we go. Stay humble, my friends, but stay hungry. Thank you, David Beavers, for that, and for so many other things. Stay humble and stay hungry. Keep going, keep growing, end the things that need to end, and begin the things that need to begin. Start speaking your truth to whoever needs to hear it. Because, my friends, you are exactly who you need to be. And you have always, always been anything but worthy. And you, my darlings, each and every one of you, are quite simply meant for more. Thank you so much for the honor of visiting with you this afternoon. Peace and blessings.
You are one special person. You are one special person, lady. Let me tell y'all, when Terry and I met, she said to me, I knew, my spirit knew that you were gonna ask me to speak. I knew, and I'll tell you what, I'm just thinking this, the universe responds to seeds, not needs. And I look at all of the seeds that you plant, Terry Luongo, all of the lives that